Perfect. Good evening, everybody. It is March 25th, 2025 at 6 p.m. I'll call the session of West Hants Regional Municipality to order. We'll begin the evening with roll call. Attendance, Clerk Snare.
Mayor Zabian,
Present.
Councillor Yonich,
Here.
Councillor McLean,
Here.
Councillor Remy, here. Councillor Whedon,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Francis, here. Councillor Bob Morton,
Present.
Councillor Larry Pinch,
Present.
Your Worship, Councillor Paul Morton has sent his regrets for this evening. Councillor John Smith,
Present.
Councillor Bonnie Smith,
Here.
Councillor Ivy.
Present.
Thank you, Clerk Snare. We are in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. These lands are governed by the treaties of peace and friendship signed in 1726. We're all treaty people and have responsibilities to each other in this land. West Hants Regional Municipality also recognizes African Nova Scotians are a distinct people whose histories, legacies, and contributions have enriched that part of Mi'kma'ki known as Nova Scotia for over 400 years, Council. Council and I, as chair, folks, for everybody watching at home and everybody in attendance, are committed to ensuring this meeting and its participants conduct themselves in a respectful and professional manner as outlined in the municipality's municipal code of conduct. Meeting presenters, staff, and the public are expected to conduct themselves in an equally respectful manner at all times the meeting is being conducted. I thank you all in advance for your commitment to these important meeting principles. Council, if you'll give me just a little bit of leniency for 5 minutes or so. We have Coach Rob Davies, Lindsay McDonald, and Rowan Moore in here from the high school Avalanche girls hockey team wishing to address you in a quick little blurb. If you guys want to come on up to the front here, just click the mic, the little button on the mic. And I promise, Council, it's not a lecture.
I'll try to be brief. I guess the reason we're here tonight is to thank you. We've been trying a long time to get people rallying behind this team. If you look at our record, the last 8 years, it's 115 wins, 4 losses, and 6 ties in the league, and we could barely get enough people out to cover the costs of refs on a nightly basis. And over the last couple of years, we've seen a transformation, and I think a lot of that starts with our community leaders. And this past weekend is probably our biggest draw yet. We haven't had crowds like that ever, and it was so great to see so many people. And I had the discussion with Bob earlier today that people were talking about female hockey, and it's so great that you and the Hockey Heritage Society, I guess, took a chance on us and supported us, and we are eternally grateful for that. We have a great group of girls. There's a whole bunch of young girls coming up through West Hants Minor Hockey and in conjunction with Valley Wild, and it's because of people like you that take the chance and see something that needs to be addressed, and you support your youth, and that goes a long way. And we've got two great young ladies here who are in their second year playing with the team, and they've got to reap the benefits of that. You know, they're coming playing in front of crowds and being supported by their community, and we cannot thank you enough for all that you have done. Thank you. Is what we want to say. And I guess the girls, we have a symbolic token that we'd like to present to you. If you could find some wall space, and it's not about Avalanche hockey anymore, but I want you to know every time you look at that, if you've had a crappy email or an angry phone call, I want you to look at this and tell yourself, we are making a difference. Okay. That's what this symbolizes. We cannot thank you enough. Thank you very much.
Oh, no. Hey, thank you, guys. The crowds were large. The competition was even better, Council. I know a lot of you were out to some games. I've never seen so many 1-goal games ever, and it was that close. And you got these two, defense and winger, and it was enjoyable watching the entire team. They're quite talented. So,
Wow.
on behalf of Council, we thank you guys. Yeah, hey, Deb Suppa.
Thank you.
Come on, we'll get a picture there as well with you.
Get this in the background.
Oh, you guys left. We'll get you in, or I'll do the ball. Yeah, we'll get the girls. Yeah, no, it's
Okay, 1, 2, 3. This way. 2, 3. I don't have Snapchat account. Figure out where it is. Thank you.
thanks, Dennis. All right, council, thank you for that leniency. Back to announcements. I got a couple on my end here, down in Avondale area. Sofa Sundays are back at the Avon River Heritage Center, starting up on April 13th again, 3 to 5. The events are absolutely free. It's great entertainment, and it's a free. So starting up on April 13th, it's Sundays, 3 to 5, and their morning coffee sessions Tuesday to Fridays are on the patio, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. It's a free will donation, so whatever you feel is best to donate. Have a great cup of coffee in the morning, overlooking the beautiful Avon River on their patio. So definitely worth a try. Any other announcements from council? Councillor Whedon.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to let everybody know that this Saturday at 7:30 to 10:30 is the Ellis House breakfast. And this breakfast, the proceeds are going to be donated to the Scott family, who's had the barn fire in St. Croix. So we thank the Ellis House Hall for that. Good to see them helping out the community, as they always do. Also on Saturday, April 5th, the Easter Bunny is going to be hopping to town in Ardois for a pancake and sausage breakfast. And that starts at 8 a.m. And then on Sunday, April 13th, we're having a dime auction to support the Ardois Mechanical. They had a fire there in December, so there's a dime auction in Ardois Hall. And if anyone wants to donate any items to that, they can drop them off to the hall or contact myself, and we can get those proceeds towards that family that had the fire. Thank you.
So, how far does a bunny have to hop? I'm just curious where he lives. So.
Well, hopefully he'll hop by my farm, or my wife will adopt it. So he'll be heading over to Ardois.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to throw it out there. Breakfast April 5th at 7:30 a.m. at the Belmont Hall. They're looking for volunteers too, if anybody's interested. And if you volunteer, your breakfast is free.
Nice. Always a great spot as well. Councillor Leary Finch.
I guess it's a breakfast month, because on April 12th, the Southwest Hants Fire Hall will be starting up their monthly breakfast from 8 to 10 a.m. And also there is the last crib game at the Little Red Schoolhouse, Upper Vaughan Hall, this Thursday coming. They're taking the month of April off, and then they're starting back up again in May.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Councillor Ivey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. All this talk about breakfast and foods drives me to make reference to the retirement of a local restaurant owner in town, which I certainly have a bias towards. But 20 plus years here in Windsor, 5 years in Port Latour, running Lisa's Family Restaurant. And so it's not full retirement. It's semi-retirement as she goes to run an Aunt Lisa's Ice Cream up the street. But when asked why it was that she was stepping away from the full-time business, it's been rumored that she said she needs more time to take care of her partner. I don't know what that's all about, but in any event, congratulations to her, and also a welcome to Andy Thompson and his team with other restaurants in the city, who's Wolfville born and raised, and now operating, I believe, his third restaurant that he currently has under ownership within this area, and encourage everybody to continue to patronize the legacy of Lisa's Family Restaurant, now under the name of ownership of Andy Thompson. Thank you.
Absolutely. Now, Lisa's been a staple in the community for 20 plus years, who has supported almost every event that's happened. So greatly grateful to Lisa. And if you haven't had an ice cream yet, stop by. I think May 1st, opening of ice cream.
They'll reopen May 1st, and I'll
May
be
1st.
in great trouble if I didn't also reference her sister Heather as part of that 20-year. So
Maybe that was her reference to the helping her partner.
Thank you for finding the time on the reference May 1st, the two of them at
All right, we're not seeing any more lights. All right, we'll move on to anybody or the approval of the agenda, including additions or deletions. Your dashboard item is also updated. If there's anything on that, we can take it as well. If not, we'll look for a motion to approve the agenda. Counselor Ivy? No, no. Counselor, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Leary Pinch. We'll put the vote up on the screen there, Clerk Snare. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Any declarations of conflict of interest this evening, Council? No lights. All right. We are at the approval of previous meeting minutes. We have the meeting minutes from February 25th, 2025. Those are the council minutes. February 25th, 2025, public hearing minutes, 439 Clifton Avenue, and February 25th, 2025, public hearing minutes, West Hants Regional Municipality Solid Waste Bylaw. Those were circulated earlier in your agenda packages. If there's nothing on them, we'll look for a motion to approve. Deputy Mayor?
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Seconded by
Second.
Councillor Leary Pinch. We'll put the vote up on the screen. Clerk Snare. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. We have a presentation this evening, Active Living Coordinators Waters on the West Hants Regional Municipality 2025 Equity, Anti-Racism, and Accessibility Strategy Plan recommendation. Come on up, folks. Left or right, we'll know which side of the political spectrum you sit on.
Hello, everyone. An outdated title, actually, formerly your active living coordinator for West Hants, but I'm Kevin Waters. As of Monday, I'm your recreation program supervisor with the municipality. I also serve as the accessibility lead and interim as the equity lead. And this is what brought me into the fold for this project as we underwent all this process. Where we started was back in July from a prescription from the province for a 3-year plan around an anti-racism and hate strategy, very similar to your accessibility strategies from the 3 years previous, which had to be an update as well. We made the decision to go through and add the accessibility plan update in with the anti-racism and hate strategy to put it all together in one document. We also made a small change where we made it a 10-year plan based on feedback from the community to have a long-standing amount of actions to run through, but it will still require 3-year updates every single year as per the province. But with me today, I have Pega Memrapor. She's representing Davis Peer Consulting, who helped us with this project. And she's really going to run through the plan itself. If we could get that up on the screen to give you some details on the plan itself before we get to the recommendation, which is that council approve and adopts the equity, anti-racism, and accessibility strategy plan as developed by Davis Peer Consulting. But I'll pass the floor to Pega.
Thank you. So I just want to say thank you for allowing us the time on your agenda. I realize it's a very busy agenda from what I could see. So just appreciate the 15 minutes. And I see the big clock over there telling me 15 minutes that I have to walk you through this plan. I'm not going to go page by page. Really what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of highlight some of those key pieces. I'll let you know what page we are on and run through the plan and then allow time at the end for questions, obviously, that Kevin and myself will look to answer. So really just to add on to what Kevin said, the purpose of this document was really to act as a 10-year guide for the municipality and for the community to really address and tackle some of the key issues that came out not only in the consultations and the engagements that we had done as part of this, but also work that has previously been undertaken with the municipality and what has been heard from community and shared by the folks within West Hants, like in the RAD report. So we really tried to ground this and leverage the voices that were already heard and then really build off of that throughout the strategy to build in the actions and recommendations of how to move forward. I think early on when we had these discussions, it was really around that this isn't intended to be kind of the holy grail or the be all end all document, but really act as a jumping off point and a start for the municipality. And then then every 3 years, there's an opportunity to look back at what's been done and where work can continue to build on, and what needs to be updated or what needs to be advanced or enhanced in the plan. So I'll spend the next little bit really focusing in on some of the key pieces. On page 20, I have little post-it notes here to guide me. On page 25, we have the methodology. So really just our approach to this work, and what we had undertaken. I believe it's 25. It should be that. It'll say methodology in big purple letters or orange letters on the screen. So when we started this, we, by advice from Kevin and the team, we went to some really key leaders within the community, and established a working group. And the intention was to have a working group with these community leads so that they could inform not only just our engagement strategy and approach, but really inform our direction throughout the entire process and provide their expertise of what should this look like and how should we do this, really embedding this in community voices and making sure we took a collaborative approach to this and co-designed it with people. It would be easy for us to come in and say, okay, this is how we're going to do it and roll it out. But really good strategies are really done with the voices of the people around the table. So we really tried to stay true to that and really took their advice and direction that they had given us throughout this process, so that their names are listed on the page as well. And just a big thank you to them and all the work that they did. They were out with us on a regular basis on evenings and weekends and kind of giving their time to this work. So really appreciate their expertise. Then we went and we really tried to have a really good pre-engagement approach. So making sure that we had conversations with community leaders throughout a number of organizations. We spoke to about 11 people. We provided a few different options of how they wanted to be engaged with us. So surveys. We also had interviews and conversations with folks around just making sure that asking the question of how should we engage with community? How should we make sure that we are capturing the right people when we build out this plan? One of the pieces of advice that were given was, making sure that we're actually in the community spaces and we're having conversations specifically in communities, like going out to 3 Mile Plains and sitting there and having conversations with folks, and making sure we get out to where people are. One of the other pieces was ensuring that, we take work that's already been done and voices that have already been heard and share that back to community to use it as a bit of a jumping off point. Like, is this still valid? Is this still accurate? What can we build off of this? Because as you do engagements, people get over engaged and over consulted, especially, equity deserving communities. And so we just wanted to make sure that we didn't over consult and over engage with folks. So then we invited residents from West Hants to share their thoughts and ideas about equity, accessibility, and anti-racism, share their experiences, whether they felt safe, and what the municipality and the community at large could do to ensure that, West Hants is a place that is equitable, accessible, and safe. And so we did hear from a lot of voices. We had a few different approaches. So the first one was a survey. So we put out a survey. We kept it open for a few months, allowed people who wanted to kind of just digitally answer some questions and not talk to any of us, which is totally fair. I appreciate people might not want to talk to me, that they could do that online. We went out to a number of community breakfasts. The community breakfast in Belmont was amazing. I got a chance to try the breakfast there. It was really great. And we were able to talk to some people around there. We had some iPads, let people fill out the surveys while they're there. We went to some of the holiday events, went to the Christmas parade. A lot of people took candy from me, which I was a little surprised about. But they also took our flyers and posters and were able to fill out the surveys. And every time we were at one of those events, we could see an uptake in the survey data. So we actually were able to see that it was making a difference and we were able to capture more voices. Unfortunately, it was during the holidays, so it was a little bit of a tricky time to get people out, and we recognized people were busy with holiday stuff, and we were talking about a really sensitive topic. So really do appreciate. We heard from over almost 200 people in the surveys, and then through our other engagement processes, we're able to hear from over 200 people, which I thought was really great, to really be able to capture those voices. We did also have, you'll see on the next page. Yeah, we also did have a number of in-person sessions that we were able to hold in the community in 3 of the communities. And that's where we just opened it to the public, to anybody who wanted to join those sessions. And we were able to capture some voices there as well and share and work with our working group, but also hear about some experiences and share some potential action items based on what we were hearing from the survey. And then lastly, we did have the opportunity to have conversations with Gloos Cap Council and their chief. Again, it was around December, so it was a bit of a busy time for them. But they did have the opportunity to kind of hear about what we were doing and decide whether they wanted to kind of be engaged through this process or whether they wanted to work with the municipality in the future on future engagements. And they did get to review some pieces of this and some of the action items in advance. So have their voices captured in this as well. And then finally, once we had all of that information, we really focused in on just summarizing it and getting it into a document that was, accessible and readable for people. It is a long document, but we really tried to focus on some of the key pieces. We also were able to review this with the two committees that the municipality has, the Accessibility Committee and the Diverse and Inclusive Communities Committee. And they were able to weigh in on the structure and what we should really highlight and what we should really be calling out in the strategy. So that was our methodology and our process, really tried to work with community and embed this in that work. We do on page 28 highlight a number of limitations that we had, just recognizing that, if you had a magic wand and all of the time and all of the resources, we might have done this just a little bit differently. Recognizing one of the big pieces was it was during the holidays, really hard time to get voices. We were able to move it into January and also have some conversations there, and did have a bigger turnout in our last engagement, but still felt based on what we knew, based on, looking at the RAD report and the voices that were already heard and the committees that we were able to engage with, we did still capture the voices, but still just wanted to acknowledge that. And then finally, Gloos Cap, we weren't able to do that full consultation and engagement with their community, but did give them the opportunity to weigh in on some of these pieces. So, as when we talk about the recommendations, there is a recommendation in there for continued engagement and continued collaboration and work alongside Gloos Cap community. So that is that. Oh, look, I'm good for time. This is great. I could talk a lot. So if we go to starting on page 35, I'm not going to deep dive into any of these pieces. But really, this is just the highlight of the themes that we heard. And there's 4 key themes that we really, really wanted to focus in on based on not only the conversations that we had, but also then what we found in some of the other reports. Stemming from the experiences of hate and racism that are experienced by some community members in the community, in the conversations and in the sessions, there were real experiences that people were talking about their own personal experiences of hate and discrimination. And not that there's not positive experiences in the community, but for those equity deserving community members and racialized community members, they have a different experience. We saw it in the survey data. When we looked at the survey data in the report, we've highlighted on one of these pages. There's a difference between the statistics on when we ask if people feel safe in the community. If you look at just the general answer, I think it's about 60-something% feel safe. But when you look at people from, African Nova Scotian background or people who are Black, that number drops significantly of those who feel safe in the community. And so there is that experience from individuals from those equity deserving communities that we wanted to highlight. We do have quotes in there from the RAD report because we do figure there was a lot of work that went into that, and they really did reflect the experiences of those community members. Some of the other themes are around, wanting a welcoming and safe space for all community members. There was acknowledgement that work has happened, to create spaces that are making people feel safer, and that there's work going into that, and that work just needs to continue and it needs to intensify, and there needs to be a continued focus on that, not just by the municipality, but community at large and local businesses and other places as well, like schools. And so work just needs to continue in that space to make community members feel safe. The third one is around accessibility and built environments, ensuring that there are accessible spaces. We know that the accessibility plan was, previously underway, and recommendations were continuously being implemented. And so we really leveraged that work in and around the recommendations around accessibility. How do we take the work that's already happened and build off of that? Because there's still more work to be done around creating accessible spaces for everybody and making sure programs and services and the community at large is accessible. And then there's also, I think the last two are pretty critical. One is around the role of the municipality in all of this as a leader in the space, and the role that the municipality can take on in this. And I think we heard across the board of, the municipality can act as a leader, and there's opportunities to show the work that can happen. It doesn't only lie, isn't the only thing that's going to create a welcoming and safe and equitable space in West Hants, but it is a really great starting point. And, showing up as leaders is going to be really critical. And then finally, reconciliation. When we heard from certain voices, there was the acknowledgement that, there needs to be healing that has to happen, and relationships that need to continue to be built and need to be expanded on. And that came really, we heard that kind of loud and clear as we were having some of the conversations and looking back at some of the previous reports that have come out, and the importance of reconciliation and kind of the continued work that needs to happen, and how to move that forward, and just acknowledging that in these conversations. And finally, in the last 3 some odd minutes that I have, on page 49, we have the strategic action. So there's 23 strategic actions. I'm not going to go through each one of them with you, given the time frame, but really critical is they really focus in on those themes and the things that we heard and embedded in the information that we gathered from community around, creating public spaces that, promote diversity in the history of the municipality, ensuring that there is, actions that help businesses and community organizations and events be more accessible and more inclusive to all people within the community, and actions around that. Improving safe and accessible streetscapes and transportation, and, developing and implementing anti-hate and accessibility training, not only for municipal staff, but providing access to that to others as well across the community, to ensure people can have access to training and education that they need to create those safe and welcoming spaces. That was one of the biggest things that came out in the survey data that we got. One of the biggest pieces that we took from that was the need for training, and the need for greater information about how to make spaces more safe and more accessible, and how to have conversations around hate and discrimination when they see it in the community, and pieces like that. And then another really important piece that we do kind of touch on in the strategy, equity and accessibility and anti-racism is a really challenging topic to encompass in even a 91-page document, because there is a lot that goes into that. And so really, it doesn't necessarily capture everything from a, let's say from a homelessness or from a housing insecurity perspective, and from the experiences of all individuals within the community, especially within the current climate, and the need to, and the cost of living and all of those experiences. That the intention wasn't to capture that in here, but we would be remiss not to highlight it. So the last action does talk about continued work and continued meaningful engagement with individuals who are experiencing homelessness, for instance, to continue that work, because those intersecting relationships do impact each other. And so we did want to make sure that we highlighted that in here, but didn't have a series of actions, because that wasn't what the intent of this plan was intended to be. And then finally, the commitment from the municipality. So on the page, I don't know what number it is, unfortunately, but it's the one on the screen. It is around the municipality's commitment. So the intention is for once and if this gets approved, the Accessibility Advisory Committee and the Diversity and Inclusion Committee will create work plans to help action this. They'll continue to come to council to make any requests that are needed to move any of these pieces forward. The commitment is to continue to give public updates. One of the big things that we heard about was the need for continued communication on this plan and strategy and the work that happens, and revisiting this every 3 years, like we said, because it is a longer strategy. Things change. I mean, COVID taught us that things can change in an instant. And so really needing to come back every 3 years to revisit this and revisit the actions in that and see if there's any updates that need to be made. And the appendices is a lot of information on the data and a bit about some more potential sub actions that will really help inform the continued work of the committees. And so we've put them in as an appendices to be a bit of a guide for them to how do you actually action some of these really big pieces. And look at that time. So I know you might have a few final thoughts.
Yeah, I'll just swing it over before we get to questions on my last pieces there. One detail with the prescription as well is the due date from the province is April 1st to be on the website. That's why we're here today with this recommendation report, to make sure that we meet that timeline that has been given. And secondly, within the timeline from the prescription from the province, I wanted to highlight that as a bit of a deficit. They've received my feedback, I know that, but in that period of the prescription was also a municipal election, which meant that in that heavy period where we were reaching out to community in November, December, we didn't have our active accessibility committee or a DI committee. That's why the working group was put together to help voice those voices from those committees. But I did want to highlight as well that once the committees were back up and running, they did get lengthy reviews of the plan in its draft phases. So they've been a big piece of this voice moving forward, and they're very familiar with the work that's being done. But as of right now, I'll just repeat that the recommendation on the floor is that council approve and adopt the equity and anti-racism and accessibility strategy plan as developed by Davis Peer Consulting. And I'll open the floor for any questions that popped up throughout the presentation as well.
Thank you so much, Kevin and Peg. You know, it's a great presentation. It's incredible when you have over 200 engagement opportunities with residents, groups, et cetera, and then you try to bring it all back into one report and capture everything that is said. That's not an easy task, especially in that time frame either. So big kudos to both of you and to Peg, all the work you've done on it. So we appreciate it. Questions, committee or council? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to say a great job. I think I sat on the first accessibility committee many years ago. Can't remember when, it was first term or second term. So great to see this come back. I really enjoyed it. I did read through it. I was in 3 Mile Plains. That was a great session. There was a lot of great conversation. Councillor Ivy was with me, and yeah, so I really enjoyed that. There was a lot of different perspectives that we learned in 3 Mile Plains. So it was great to have that. A few of us did receive an email, and I just wanted to, because I know when I sat on it first, there was a lot of mention at the time when we did our build exceeding the Rick Hansen gold standard. And I don't see that mentioned in here. I'm just wondering, I know it's a piece of it, there's other pieces in there, but just wondering if you could give me a little rationale on that, maybe.
I could even take that one too. And if you have anything afterwards as well. There was a change recently. I don't know if you saw it around the Nova Scotia built environment standards have been finalized. So I think reflecting in this plan, we were moving towards that model as a suggestion, but I know Michelle's in the crowd, pointing to him. But Michelle is our chair for accessibility committee, and we've talked about that, about reaching a different bar. So that is on the table as well, about making that change and suggestion from council, if that's something that they'd like to see the Rick Hansen gold certification be that bar for the accessibility strategy, or if we're moving towards the provincial built environment standards. So those were just like one direction that we moved in, but it's open for interpretation.
And maybe CAO, I'm not sure, but we do have someone certified in the Rick Hansen. Do I recall that maybe Tim or someone was taking that, or remember at the time?
I don't think that the employee completed it. I don't think so, as I recall, but took all the modulars, and I think there was a lengthy exam. I think Tim's or Michelle's giving me the thumbs up back there, so I must have said giving you the correct answer. So the person was not certified, but took the modulars.
Okay,
for the
perfect.
ball.
I thought I remembered that and I wasn't sure, so I just thought I'd ask. So no, great job. Thank you.
All right, I have everybody's name down that had their light on. We're going to go to Councillor Ivy next.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to echo, I think, Debbie's comments as well, and certainly got an education with a note that I'd received as well. I think that Debbie received and had gone through the document and so forth, and it's not lost to me that one of the last slides they had up there was a quote from one of the survey response about West Hants must show leadership in programming and in the built environment from a survey respondent saying that. And so I think if we look at what's currently in place based on the original plan, because it's still the operational plan of the day, and we've got this one coming in, I think the removal of the Rick Hansen foundation accessibility certification is a bit of a step back. I know that the building code plans just came out, I think, in the last week with a 30-page update of changes to code. And that's one thing by way of a legal environment that we try to stand to. But the Rick Hansen certification, I believe, is even beyond that. And I think that with what we want to do from a leadership standpoint here, I think we really want to see us reaching for that certification or that standpoint, especially as was also identified, is that we talk in here about retrofits or renovations specifically related to West Hants, but new builds has been removed and it should also be included as part of that. So it should be like new builds, renovations, retrofits of the municipality to achieve that standard. I don't know how you modify that wording in here. It could be that we approve the motion ultimately, and with the direction that Rick Hansen certification be wrapped back into the plan, and that's what it is to go forward. I think that's important, and I'll just close with a bit of an anecdote here that before we consolidated, you folks may recall that there was a requirement for accessibility plans. The municipalities at the time and consolidation got in the way and extensions were granted and so on. And so that was 2018-19. It's wonderful the work that's been done. This is a really good plan, covers a lot of detail as you referenced that, 91 pages. It's plenty, but it's not enough really when you look at the depth of the problems and the challenges that we have here. So I just think that's important that right now we've got that chance to set that standard. If you can get that rolled in there, then you'd have my full support with this. And so however you want to do that, that's my comment on it.
Maybe I can just add to that. So in the appendices, there is those recommended sub actions. And so maybe there's probably an opportunity to highlight it in there and integrate that and the other pieces around the new builds into those recommended sub actions. It also provides an opportunity where in the next 3 years, as the committee moves this forward, if there is updates or changes or new standards or new things that come out, then it can be revisited in some of that work. So not necessarily changing action 4, but putting it in the recommended sub action.
Councillor, sorry,
Yeah.
you're good. Councillor Larry Pinch. I'll get to you, then I'll get to Councillor Morton. Yep.
So I sat in on the last couple of meetings, just observing. So a lot of work went into it, a lot of great discussion. And I think the document looks wonderful. I did notice, and I will identify that I have a bit of a bias towards this. There's not as much about accessibility in the terms of neurodivergence. There's a lot in there about accessibility based on physical adaptations, but there's not a lot in here about accessibility when it comes to people with autism, people who have developmental delays, those types of things. And I was just curious if that's because it's assumed that within some of the other things, those things are covered, or if it's because there isn't enough space to put those types of things in, the plan's already 90 some pages, or if that could be something in the future that we look at as we accomplish some of these strategic priorities. I just know that there are a lot of people within our community that have a hard time accessing our programs from a perspective of a psychological impairment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think the response is a bit of all of that of, we wanted to make it something that was digestible. And so in that we added the recommended sub actions in the later phases, and it doesn't specifically call out the different types of disabilities and different pieces. But I do think there's an opportunity as the work starts to be accomplished to really hone in and focus on where some of those big gaps are. I will say that I will look back at the definitions to see if we can update and add and make sure that that is reflected in that, because the intention was for this to be kind of all encompassing. But recognizing that we do have a big definition section, and making sure that we make sure that that's highlighted in there where possible.
And I'll jump in as well. For that too, and I think we can build off and redefining what accessibility means within this document. I know that a lot of that piece, because the challenging part of that was the DI components, the anti-racism and the hate components. That was all brand new material that we were working with. The accessibility was more of an update that we we're getting feedback and then pulling all that those pieces that were rolling over from that plan into this one. And that's not to say that we can't like build into a bigger direction with what we deem as accessibility within this plan. I would highlight that something where I would see a lot of that would be in the programming, like you mentioned. I think that would be related within this plan. I think we could highlight some sections in there as well. But around that, like when we're talking about like our programming, like the Limitless Nova Scotia partnership we just had with our March Break camp, where we had 2 folks in camp with neurodiversity needs. That was a huge step in that direction. I think that's where we can start to like, by accessibility, it's all encompassing, and it would be related in that. That works. Yeah.
I know we've held the low sensory events in the past as well that
Absolutely,
have been
yeah.
very, very successful at the pool. I've been to them, and then at the rink itself, like it's been pretty successful. So Councillor Morton.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Really was just going to echo what Councillor or Deputy Mayor Francis said, so I won't hold us up, but I certainly think we want to keep the Rick Hansen part in there. So, but aside from that, very well done. Sat on the accessibility committee, and it's come a long way since I was there. So well done. But I would love to see that Rick Hansen part in there for sure.
Yeah. And I would highlight too that out of everyone we've talked to, I don't think anyone's going to be upset about raising the bar. So I think we're all on board with that as well too.
All right. I don't see any more lights on for questions. Yep. Deputy Mayor.
I'd make the recommendation.
Absolutely.
Okay. The council approve and adopt the equity and anti-racism and accessibility strategy plan as developed by Davis Peer Consulting and presented at the March 25th, 2025 council meeting.
Moved by Deputy Mayor.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Ivy. Councillor Ivy.
Can I suggest perhaps that we just friendly amend that, reflecting the conversation at council as part of that, or is that?
Okay, so motion amended. We'll do the amended,
Yeah.
the amendment. So to amend, reflecting the council discussion.
Yeah.
So that's the amended, folks. So is there a seconder for that amendment?
I'll
Seconded
second.
by Deputy Mayor. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing nothing, I'll call the question. The council approve and adopt the Equity, Anti-Racism, Accessibility Strategy Plan as developed by Davis Peer Consulting and presented at the March 25th, 2025 council meeting, reflecting the discussion of council. So that's the amended motion. We'll put that vote up on the screen. And the amendment is passed. So we're back to the original motion as amended, that council approve and adopt the Equity, Anti-Racism, and Accessibility Strategy Plan as developed by Davis Peer Consulting and presented at the March 25th, 2025 council meeting, reflecting the discussion of council. We'll put that vote up on the screen. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. Thanks,
you very
guys.
much.
We appreciate it. Thank you for all the work as well. All right, council, we have a public hearing tonight. Windsor West Hanson Hansport Municipal Planning Strategy and Land Use Bylaw Amendments for the Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives number 1 to 3. Can I have a motion to go into public hearing?
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. We'll put that vote up on the screen as well. Clerk Snare. Do such a great job on the fly, Clerk Snare. So this is to go into public hearing. Councilor Yanish. Motion to go into public hearing. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. So public hearings for planning documents or planning matters are required by Part 8 of the Municipal Government Act. Public hearing is hosted by council and provides members of the public an opportunity to bring up any concerns and ask planning staff or the applicant questions regarding the proposal. When the public hearing is complete, council meeting will resume and members of council may then ask questions and make comments. Acting Director Fugere. Oh, sorry, Planner Hong. You snuck in there. I'm used to.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good evening, everyone. So as Mayor introduced, we are at the public hearing tonight for planning documents amendments for the Housing Accelerate Fund Initiative 1 through 3. So tonight's public hearing is about the future housing policies in our municipality. And I would like to start with some background information on housing policy changes for the past 5 years. So the municipality has already made some changes to our planning documents in order to enable more housing. And the very first step was back in July 2020 when council approved the amendments to allow secondary suites within or attached to single unit and 2 unit dwellings in all zones. So it could be something like a basement suite, or it could be additional structure attached to the existing dwelling. So in November 2022, council further permitted detached secondary suites accessory to single and 2 unit dwellings in all zones. So now you could build a garden suite or backyard suite detached from the main dwelling. So what this means is that our single unit residential R1 zone has transitioned to 2 unit residential R2 zone, allowing up to 2 units as of right, while our R2 zone has become a more medium density zone, permitting up to 4 units as of right. And one of the objectives for tonight's amendments is to take it further, but I do want to emphasize that from staff perspective, this incremental approach is a balanced way to introduce more housing options in our municipality over time. So moving on to August 2023, that is when the federal government opened up a new funding stream for the Housing Accelerate Fund. So staff developed a housing action plan with attainable housing initiatives, specifically 7 initiatives in order to apply for the Housing Accelerator Fund. And in January 2024, the municipalities successfully secured the funding and council approved the housing action plan and directed staff to implement the initiatives set out in the plan. And in May 2024, as part of the Housing Action Plan Initiative number 4, council removed the permit fees for secondary suite for 3 years. And between August and September last year, the planning department initiated public engagement process for the first 3 initiatives to understand the housing needs, and staff further used the feedback received to refine and finalize the draft amendments. So as introduced, part of the requirements to receive this funding is to achieve the housing action plan that we put forward, and we received over 1.08 federal funding over the 3-year funding period. And according to the funding agreement, we are required to complete the first 3 initiatives by the end of March this year. So given this timeline, staff have been prioritizing this initiative since May last year and to ensure a timely delivery. And I'm really pleased to say that we are on track to meet this requirement. And so the 3 initiatives are as follow on the slide. So first is to allow greater density as of right within the serviced areas. And the second is to create affordable housing policies. And number 3 is to reduce minimum parking requirements. So as the map shows, Initiative 1 through 3 will only focus on the service communities within our municipality. So that include Falmouth, Windsor, 3 Mile Plains, and Hansport. So other rural areas will not be impacted by the amendments for tonight. So this slide just gives us a quick overview of the progress we have made in implementing our housing action plan. So again, tonight's public hearing is for Initiative 1 through 3, which is pending for council's approval. And we completed initiative number 4 last year. So today, if a resident wants to build a secondary suite on their property, they don't have to pay for any permit fees because of the funding we have been given. And so we use the funding to offset this permit fees for during the funding period. So action number 5 is currently ongoing. This is to study infill opportunity in our municipality. So there will be an information report presentation next month to the PAC for the update on this item. And action number 6 is to promote housing through pre-approved housing plans. So council just awarded the RFP last month, and we are now working with the architects to design those pre-approved design, so which will be available to the public in the future free of charge. And initiative number 7 is to upgrade the permitting system so that residents in the future can submit a planning application, for example, development permit, building permit, directly online without the need to come into our office. So number 8 is the integrated resource plan. This is directly speaks to the Department of Public Work, so which will help the municipality to develop a strategy for future servicing to continue supporting the housing development and other type of development. So I hope this helps the council and the public better understand our housing action plan and the future work. So again, all of these initiatives are fully funded by the federal money, and so there's no financial burden to the municipality in implementing all these action items. So back to the amendments for tonight, it reflects our commitment to explore the first 3 initiatives through policy changes, and also represents a significant and a proactive approach to address the housing challenges we see in the municipality. So as I previously presented, the median housing sale price today in our municipality nearly doubled between 2016 and 2020. And this is the median sale price. The price for new builds will likely be even higher. Through the public survey, what we have found is that there's a significant percentage of residents living outside of the definition of affordable housing. So only slightly more than half of the residents living in a dwelling that they are affordable to live in. So the situation is even worse for people who are renting in our municipality, which through our survey shows more than 76 of renters in our municipality experiencing unaffordable situations, highlighting there's a significant disparity between the tenure status. And public engagement is a key foundation of the proposed amendments. So since August last year, we have reached many residents through 17 municipal Facebook posts and also 2 public open houses in September. We created a dedicated web page for the Housing Accelerator Fund. We also conducted an online comprehensive housing survey, which collected over 320 responses. And we also received 376 comments. So during the online survey, the participation rate was highest among those age 25 to 44, and they are the key groups for housing needs, as many of them will pursue home ownership and will seek a more stable rental situation. So all of this data helped us to guide the proposed changes tonight. So when it comes to housing, what we heard from the public is they want a greater choice of housing. They want more housing in general, and they want more affordable housing options. They also support increased density. So staff have brought forward with a set of amendments to the current planning documents for council's adoption tonight. So what are the changes being considered? This includes amendments to our municipal planning strategy to allow up to 4 units on a residential lot serviced by municipal water and sewer, and also enable mid and middle housing option and recognize housing needs of vulnerable populations, encourage and promote affordable housing developments. And the changes to our planning, our land use bylaw includes introduce lot coverage requirement to residential lot, adjust the minimum lot area and setbacks to be consistent in zones across the board, and also enable bonus zoning for affordable housing units, as well as to reduce parking requirements within the serviced areas. And one of the biggest change tonight is probably the new classification of residential zones. So most of the residential zone in our service areas today are zoned single unit residential or 2 unit residential or multiple residential or 3. So it is also important to highlight that planning documents are meant to be living documents. So where a situation like housing crisis arise, we can actually create changes within the documents. And so which means that they are, because currently the documents were mostly adopted and written back in early 2000, and so they were created at a very different time. So when it comes to housing today, the current zoning regulation is quite restrictive as to what type of housing that you could build on your own property. So this is why staff are recommending a new classification of residential zones with the current single unit residential R1 rezoned to low density R1 from 2 units as of right to 4 units as of right, and rezone the current 2 unit residential R2 to medium density residential R2 from 4 units as of right to 6 units as of right, and rezone the multiple unit residential R3 to high density residential, which will permit up to 12 units as of right. And although we increase density, but the maximum height for the residential dwellings remain the same at 35 feet or 3-story. And this slide illustrates how up to 4 units would look like on a residential lot. So currently the land use bylaw allows only 1 main building per lot in residential zones, except in certain areas like our industrial zones where you can have multiple main dwellings on your property. But generally speaking, for a residential lot, the maximum number of a main dwelling will be 1. So this could look like a duplex, semi-detached, triplex, fourplex, or townhouse, but it will not be 3 standalone single unit dwellings or 4 standalone single unit dwellings on the same property, and that will not be counted to account for 4 units per lot. And the key difference between R2 and R3 is the number of units allowed. R2 permits a small apartment with up to 6 units, while R3 allows up to 12 units. So for building with more than 4 units, landscaping and recreational space will be required, and the maximum height also remain at the same at 35 feet. Any development exceeding this standard or 12 units will require a development agreement, so still subject to PAC's review and council's final approval. And just to give us some more perspective, so if you drive around Windsor today, probably you will notice this mid to high-rise apartments, which is a great thing and will add more housing supply in the future, especially for renters. But just to clarify, these are considered high density, and just by virtue of number of units and the number of story. And this type of development will not be able to do as of right under the amendments for tonight. So they will still be considered by the development agreement. So the amendments for tonight is to allow what we call mid and middle housing. It refers to a range of housing types that fill the gap between a single unit house and high-rise apartments. So in our municipality today, most of them are single unit detached homes, and you can also find some new mid-rise developments. But the middle housing is just a missing part. And the benefits associated with that is they are compatible in scale with our single unit neighborhood. They already exist in some service neighborhoods like Windsor, and they remain similar heights with single unit dwellings. And in the same time, they will offer affordable housing option for all people for all life stages. So the amendments we are presenting tonight aim to close the gap through the policy changes, making them more easier and more affordable to build in our municipality. And this is also something we asked during the survey. And what we found is more than 77% of surveyed residents support more housing types in residential areas, provided they are compatible in scale with the existing neighborhood. And this speaks exactly to the middle housing. So residents in our community are more willing to accept middle housing because they believe that it will help retaining young families and professionals in the municipality. It will help promoting affordability and equity to people at different life stages. And it also will help to build a more compact, complete communities, and in the same time provide more housing options. So through staff research, there are already many rural municipalities in Nova Scotia currently doing the same thing by making their planning documents more flexible so that a mix of housing types could be accessible to all residents at different life stage, and which is what we are trying to achieve tonight. And another part of the Housing Accelerator initiative is to look at affordable housing policy to address housing issue in a more holistic way. So currently, we don't have any policy speak to the affordable housing. So the amendments tonight will also support future affordable housing by first adding a definition of affordable housing to our land use bylaw. Second, incentivize affordable housing through bonus zoning. And last but not the least is to allow council to identify suitable surplus municipal-owned lands for the purpose of affordable housing. And this is what staff proposed to add to our land use bylaw to define future affordable housing unit. We would require those units to be constructed under one of the affordable funding programs from the higher level of government, either from the province or the federal agency like CMHC. And this is because when a developer applies funding from them, they will be required to sign an annual reporting review to ensure that their rental rates meet their funding agreement. And this slide shows what the proposed bonus zoning will look like. The threshold for this incentive is set at 5 affordable units because this is just the minimum requirements for a developer to qualify for the affordable housing funding from the province. And the incentive includes an increased maximum number of dwelling units by 35% in R2 and by 40% in proposed high density residential R3. And it also includes bonus lot coverage to increase by 10% in both zones, and also also include a bonus height for the high density residential R3, specifically increased to a maximum of 4-story. So this slide shows the proposed amendment to create a policy regarding the surplus municipal-owned land for the purpose of affordable housing. First policy is to allow council to identify surplus municipal-owned land for affordable housing development. And the second policy is to allow council to consider the disposal of identified surplus land to housing provider at a price less than market value in exchange for the affordable housing development in our municipality. So those will be added to our municipal planning strategy. And last but not the least is the amendments regarding residential parking ratio. Staff initially proposed to reduce the parking ratio to 1 parking space per dwelling unit across the whole municipality. But this has since been changed after the public engagement, that feedback we have heard from the public. So staff now propose this reduced parking requirements only apply to the serviced area of the municipality. So parking requirements outside of the service areas will remain unchanged. And my final few slides will address the concerns we have heard along the way. So after my PAC presentation back in January, staff received a letter from a member of the public expressing concerns about the potential impact of the proposed amendment within the historic area of downtown Windsor, and worry about that this might change the character of this traditional neighborhood. So I would like to take this opportunity to assure that our historical neighborhood in Windsor downtown is protected currently under the architectural control district overlay in the Windsor land use bylaw. As illustrated by the map on my slide, currently we have 3 control districts. They are Central Residential District, Town Center District, and the Ferry Hill District. So the majority of properties within the architectural control district are designated town center, which will not be affected by the amendments of increasing density at all. And also staff identified 144 properties within the district that are designated residential. So any new development will need to meet both architectural guidelines provided in the architectural design manual and also the land use bylaw to ensure that any new development will be visually compatible to the rest of the properties along the neighborhood. So again, those any property within the architectural control district will be protected still. So this won't be any major change. And another concern staff heard was people feel that this bylaw will create a massive change to the community and in their neighborhood. And our response is that this is not the intention of the amendment bylaw. Staff anticipate that this will be a slow and incremental change. And the result of this change will be some of those highly desirable middle housing types, which is also known as the gentle density. And I think a good example of this is the amendments back in 2020 when council approved the secondary suites as of right in all zones. So this table actually shows that only 5 applications were received in the first 2 years after approving the amendments. So with a gradual increase after council permitted detached secondary suites in 2022. We also see some increase after council removed the permit fees. So this gives residents some incentive to apply the secondary suites and to build secondary suites in their homes. So in total, over the past 4 years, we had around 43 secondary suite applications, which again demonstrated that there has been no sudden influx of application for additional density after the amendments. Rather, the increase has been gradual and incremental, and staff anticipate that the growth pattern will remain the same for the middle housing development, and staff will also continue monitoring the growth trend, and so we can always make adjustments as we progress. And during the first reading, one of the biggest concern council raised was impact on stormwater. So in the amendment, staff actually proposed to adopt a new development control tool, which is called lot coverage requirement. So currently we don't have this requirement in our land use bylaw, but this is a very common control tool that is used by other municipalities and also by our neighboring municipality like East Hants, Chester, or HRM. So with what it regulates is the maximum percentage of building footprint on a residential lot, and it is calculated by dividing the total area of building footprints by the lot area. And during the public engagement, this is also a question that we ask for feedback from the public, and our survey results showed that more than 76% of survey residents living in service area actually support this new development tool to add it in our land use bylaw. So in the proposed amendments, the maximum lot coverage will be set at 50% for both low density residential R1 and medium density residential R2. And in the proposed high density residential R3, it would be reduced to 40% to ensure that there's a larger portion of property will be maintained permeable that will needed to retain stormwater on site. And another mechanism we have in place right now is the environmental constraint overlay in Windsor land use bylaw. So according to the Windsor municipal planning strategy, This layer includes lands which are subject to flooding or subsidence or low-lying, marshy, or unstable. So as this map shows that a large portion of land in Windsor today is within this overlay. So which they will not be, so any properties within this overlay will not be subject to as of right until an environmental study can be provided to identify how to overcome the environmental constraint. And the majority of the land designated environmental constraint in Windsor today is dike land. And staff identified 156 properties within the environmental constraint layer that will be affected by the proposed amendment tonight. But again, this property have extra requirements that need to be met before they can build anything as of right. So, so in the last council meeting, there was also discussion around properties within previously flooded area in Windsor. And in response to this concern, staff did a further lot analysis for the proposed, for the properties along Stennis, Victoria, and Gray Street. And staff identified a total of 80 properties that will be impacted by the proposed amendments. However, currently they are all zoned 2-unit residential. So by as of right, they could have built up to 4 units already, and staff found that, but the staff found the majority of properties will not be eligible for increased density as of right, due to the nature of smaller lot sizes and are not meeting other development standards currently set out in the land use bylaw. And there are only 27 properties that are large enough to accommodate median density, but only 3 of them are vacant lots. So therefore, staff are of opinion that the proposed amendments will have minimum impact on the areas that previously experienced flooding. So at this moment, staff are also looking at a broader mechanism to address stormwater management issue through our plan review project. Currently, we are working with the consultants to develop a new policy and a regulation regarding stormwater management plan in our regional municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw. And the potential tools and the strategy to achieve this will be, for example, expand the current environmental constraint layer so that any new development that fall within the flood-prone areas will be required to provide an environmental study before they can do anything as of right. Or another way is to require additional requirements for stormwater management plans and a lot grading plans for future as of right developments. So we anticipate this will come to council for consideration in late summer or early fall this year during the plan review discussion. So it will come separately. This is because for, especially for the amendments tonight, we have a March deadline that need to be met, and all 3 initiatives need to be considered prior to our plan review being completed. That is according to the funding agreement we signed with CMHC, so we need to honor that. But again, there are other development guardrails in place in our bylaw currently. So like minimum lot size, minimum frontage, lot setbacks for requirements, and also we propose the new lot coverage requirement, and also not to mention that any development will need to conform to the National Building Code. So that is another have another impact for to come into play. So there are existing checks and balances before any development can go as of right. So this will not happen. This will not open up a massive development. And in terms of the process, we are at the final stage tonight for the public hearing and second reading, and council will make the final decision on the amendments. As the chart shows, it has been quite a journey for this project, from the initial research and public engagement efforts to numerous internal discussion, and finally refining the amendments and based on the public feedback, and staff believe that this amendments will bring many positivity to the municipality from a planning perspective. So unlike a typical planning application submitted by developer or third parties, this is a staff initiated application. So I do want to make this distinction before we open up the floor to the public. So this almost bring my presentation to the end. I know there's a lot of information on my slides, and the members of the public may have other comments and questions. So I hope I have addressed some of the concerns during my presentation. So without further ado, I will pass it over to you, Chair, and I look forward to the great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Planner Hong. You've definitely put a lot of work into that one. We appreciate it. The more information, the better, and we appreciate the work that's gone into it. So we're going to open the floor up to questions or comments from the public at this point. Anybody wishing to ask a question or make a comment, come on up to the front. We'll get you to click the mic on and address council. Yep, you can come up and say whatever you want at the mic here. So we need to state your name for the record and.
Okay, so my name, I'll be brief. My name is Bob Trenholm, and I have land within a subdivision in Hantsport that was started in the 80s by my father, which I have not been able to finish due to, for many years, due to the capital expense. Example, water, sewer, roads, infrastructure needed, that the current zoning makes it simply not feasible to do. My plan is for duplexes, fourplexes, and singles within that subdivision. I would like to build affordable, good quality, sustainable houses. The proposed new zoning will allow me to provide houses for, as talked about in presentation, retirement folks, young families, and then a mix of single dwelling within that. I plan to have walking trails throughout the development, so the homeowners and the general community can enjoy the lands in the charming community of Hantsport. That's
Thank you very
my
much.
comments on that side of it there.
Yep.
Thank
we
you very
appreciate
much
it.
for allowing me to speak.
Absolutely.
All right.
Anybody else wishing to comment or ask questions on the proposal? Okay, to state your name for the records.
Amanda Dunfield. I live in Windsor. Thank you, Will, for covering off a number of concerns that people had. I can see you put a lot of extra work in the last couple of weeks, so I really do appreciate that. I did want to say when I was initially looking to settle back in West Hants, this was pre-2020, I was extremely disappointed by the fact that we hadn't been more proactive in considering secondary suites. That was my initial interest, and found it extremely difficult in looking at properties and land to call in on every pit and ask questions. And so I was really excited to see that we started allowing this type of development, and we are actually encouraging it because I do think it's important. Housing is very important. The building I ended up with had an outbuilding. The property I ended up with had an outbuilding, 20 by 24 with a half story up. So the thought process was, you know what? If it's permissible in the future, definitely this is the property. I can put a secondary dwelling there. You know, all I need to do is renovate. Unfortunately, we all know that that is not a possibility. That was made clear to me just as the major reno of the home was finishing. So I am living in affordable housing by definition, and I was pretty excited to have affordable housing and the possibility of having a second income. Unfortunately, we've now figured out that affordable by definition and affordable in reality are two different things. Respectfully, I do want to say I do find it's somewhat ironic that we are talking, and I am speaking specifically to Windsor because I'm not familiar enough with what's going on in the other communities that I can possibly speak to their needs or what's happening in their community with certainty. But that we're here on the heels of CBCL's presentations on or about February 11th, March 18th, and with the prognosis that we've been given. And also that we're talking about it within the same agenda that we've got a letter here from the Minister of Emergency Preparedness acknowledging how proactive that we're considering being with infrastructure upgrades and the possibility of managed retreat, and that this would be the proper approach to take given what we're facing. But then we're sort of at the same time now we're talking about the potential of increasing housing. And, when we talk about housing is important, public safety is important, sustainability is important, environment and public health are important. And when we're speaking to sustainable housing, and I'm sorry, I'm going to apologize because as you know, everyone in my community, most just opted not to come. We are tired, we are weary, and, exhausted, disappointed, scared, overwhelmed. I know that there's unlikely to be a development next to my home, but I think we're all connected there. And certainly I wouldn't want to think that it's happening to some, what's happening to me is going to start to happen to somebody else down the street. So I do want to speak to sustainable housing. And I do want to say that houses at risk of flood impact and development that has potential to negatively impact pre-existing properties hardly seem sustainable in my opinion. The costs are enormous, and respectfully, I appreciate CAO Phillips' comments that, any new development could be flood proofed. It could be this, it could be sloped, it could be that. That protects the new development. It doesn't protect the adjacent properties or the downstream properties, or potentially even in the flood zone, the upstream properties. It only protects the new development, and there will be impacts because lots typically do need grading. They do need to be brought up. Even where we are, if I was to bring my lot up an extra foot, I would impact my neighbors. I am aware of this. So there are potential impacts to others to do the as of right. I do appreciate that Planner Hong took the time to identify the number of properties. And again, I'm sorry, just bear with me. It's a bit of a rush job. But I think I recall the numbers being somewheres, and please don't quote me on it, but in the vicinity of 3 available now, but perhaps like 34% in total in that zone. And I'm curious if there have been any proactive measures, considerations taking to future. So we're talking about 3 today, but what if there are 2 properties sharing a property line and one comes up for sale next year, and then 6 months later, the next comes up for sale and someone says, this is a good opportunity. What protections then? So, and we're talking 20 to 25 years for an infrastructure upgrade. So that's a very long period of time where things can happen and will happen. So I did want to sort of speak to that. I find it concerning, I guess, that we would really be giving too much consideration. So here it is, 27 out of 80 properties do meet the criteria, 3 are vacant now. So my question is, I guess what balances and checks have been put in place, for those additional properties that may come available? I mean, certainly for somebody to convert a very large home that is now a single family dwelling to 4 units, I think that's beautiful. We've created 3 more units in the same footprint with no changes. But what if somebody was to come in? Because I assume that potential does exist in the future, perhaps not today as we're sitting here. But it is something that could happen. As little as a foot of fill can flood a neighbor. Quite a bit more to say, but I guess, I'm just probably going to leave it there. I understand staff are working with consultants to develop policies and regulations. Is it typical to bring in an amendment to a planning document before getting all of the policies and regulations in place? That is a bit of a concern. I feel we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit. We really need to consider the policies and regulations so that everyone can make an informed decision based upon those policies and regulations as to whether or not they feel this amendment will fit in every single zone and can be applied equally. And I think that is pretty much it, except I guess I did want to ask a quick question on the statements of provincial interest. Which of those did we consider? Which statements did we consider when forming this?
Through you, Chair, to the member of public. So when we developing this amendments, one of the most important statement of interest, provincial interest, speaks to housing. And so specifically in the provincial statement interest of housing, the province would encourage the municipality to allow a mixed range of housing options and to allow more density within the serviced areas. So that is the statement of provincial interest that I'm looking, that is speaks to housing.
Okay, thank you. Because I also did look to the ones with regard to floodplains, flood risk areas, and infrastructure. And I wanted to point out specifically a provision under infrastructure that I've known about for quite some time. But have we set out short and long-term policies to address the problems of environmental and health relating to inadequate infrastructure? Because as I understand it in asking questions, that's an important consideration given our current state of affairs, that we are to have set out some short and long-term policies to address the problems created with environment and health due to infrastructure shortcomings. So I think I will leave it at that, but I did want to point out that is in there in the statements. And it's been on my mind for a while as to what was going to happen with that, because it's been a few years, and I do realize we have the new sewer bylaw, which is fantastic. It was overdue and we did need that, but there probably is a little more work that could be done there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wishing to speak on the proposal or ask questions? All right, not seeing anything. Council, questions to Planner Hung? Councilor Ivey.
Thank you, Worship. And thank you, Planner Hong, for an exceptional presentation on a very detailed area relative to the objectives that you're trying to achieve with regards to increasing the missing middle, affordable housing, and adjustments to parking requirements, all which serve to provide a more diverse community by way of form and housing and so forth. It's really appreciated. The challenges that I've had with this, and speaking about it at planning and then at the previous, discussion on this, is as it relates to the focus on flooding. And I appreciate that in the first meeting, I'd made a reference that we hadn't connected what we were doing on this with regards to the Municipal Climate Action Plan. And I'll keep my comments focused on the Windsor area, but the Municipal Climate Action Plans exist out there for Hansport and 3 Mile Plains and Falmouth have all had their flood strategy documents done over the years, and there's specific recommendations in them. And so in raising that, the connection that we have in this document that relates to GHG gas emissions, which isn't directly relating to what we have to be a significant challenge within our area. We have, as we had heard in the last month and a half with the CBCL presentation starting to roll out, that we have a $100 million objective in front of us, and we've got a 5-year runway before we're going to start to see the benefits of doing anything to alleviate what we're seeing within these flood areas, whether it's the core of the Gray Street Stannis area or the Tremaine area being the 2 primary ones. We've had initiatives underway to try and fix those. And so in that regard, I guess I'm a little bit concerned that we didn't incorporate that flood component into this, that we have what will be checks in place that will be coming down the road, maybe end of summer or the fall. But in the meantime, and I realize this isn't going to be an accelerated development program, and there's a limitation on the number of properties. It only takes one to flood another. And we've seen that. We can look at the the images of the water that flows through in the correspondence received from the resident on Tremaine Crescent to see how that water flows up. And that's the culmination of multiple properties that surround one that all comes down to Central Ditch. We aren't able to take it away because our culverts aren't big enough, and it backs up onto their property, and we've got flooding taking place. So I just want to highlight here that the reason I'm so specific on this is that the recommendations of the climate action plan, I'm just going to rattle a few of them off here, that we really should have thought about as part of this process. We could have in parallel had those checks in place, but we don't, is to review the best practice for flood protection. This is short term back in 2014. Review and evaluate our storm drainage infrastructure, investigate the alternative locations for key infrastructure that is yet to be built, work with the province to raise the level of the dikes to a sufficient level to meet climate changes. Consider flood-resistant upgrades to infrastructure within flood-prone areas. And I'm just going to scroll down here, and I won't belabor this, but review the current municipal planning strategy to ensure it considers climate change risk. And I've gone through there to find climate change in their current MPS for Windsor, and there's no reference. The reference to flood is regarding floodlights. There is flood as it relates to the environmental protection zone. And that area, but that area is again specific and not related to the flooding that we're seeing in the core of Windsor. The medium-term items here that they identify to have been addressed beginning back then is encouraging development outside of the probable flood zone. And I'm just going to touch on that from the standpoint of this program is a wonderful program to increase the volume of housing, to try and get it affordable, whether it's Windsor or Hansport, to get more people housed. That's the goal here. But we should have carved out the areas where this wouldn't apply. I thought I could go through and I could carve out the areas that I think might apply, but that's not for me to do. Like that's getting too deep into what, and that's really what we should have done this is we should have carved out for Windsor, for Hansport, for 3 Mile Plains. Here's areas where we could be doing this. And these are the areas that would qualify versus making it as a right for those areas entirely. And that's where I think we missed on this. And where I think we really need to have that, that stronger focus. So I really appreciate the work and I appreciate what's in front of us. I'd really like, it's unfortunate that it's got a March deadline. It's unfortunate that CMHC thought to say that they would have us doing this before the plan review. I'd like to see the CMHC telling us that. I'd like to know what their intent with that wording is when they approve this program. But it just requires this added piece to ensure that we aren't compounding a situation and making it worse. Thank you for allowing me to provide my comments, Chair, and Will, thank you again for the work that's gone into this and the extra work that you did from previous comments to try and tighten this up. Thank you.
Again, at this stage, we're just looking for questions for Planner Hung. If there's any questions for Planner Hung, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor. Will, great job on this presentation. I missed the first one. I was in and out of the internet zone to watch it. One question, just so to keep with the intent of this program, there will be policy changes to support the 3 recommendations going forward. Do I understand that correctly?
Through you, Chair. Yes. So through the amendments that we bring forward tonight, essentially, we are creating amendments to the municipal planning strategy. So that well directly speaks to policy. So we did create an additional new policy in our municipal planning strategy, specifically speaking to affordable housing and also encourage a diverse range of housing options in the municipality. So to answer your question, that is correct.
Okay, and just may I have a follow-up, Mayor? Just to follow up on that, our funding that we received for this. So really, we're putting this through to capitalize on our funding. If we don't, we're sort of not following what we intended to follow. Do we lose that funding?
So through you, Chair, so we already have several discussions with CMHC because this funding agreement we signed with CMC specified the actions that we promised to implement, specifically speaks to our housing action plan. So because they are contractual obligation for the municipality to ensure that parts of the contract that we agree to will be carried out in the future amendment. So through our discussion, yes, I think their response is the first three initiatives are at the central of the funding agreement. So they really want to see that the first three initiatives to be passed, and so consequently there will be financial implication if we choose a different direction. And if I miss something, I can let our acting director Carrie to add anything.
Anything further, Director Fugier?
Yeah, through your worship, I think Will captured it fully. There's no certainty, I guess, around not completing the initiatives and what that means, but funding is definitely at risk if we weren't to complete these initiatives on time.
No, I appreciate that. And I would support these initiatives and good job on the presentation. Will, you've done a great job.
Councillor Smith, John.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was a great job on the presentation. Very informative. My question is around the lot coverage percentage. I think it's 50% for the single family and the two family, I'll say. Does that just include the structure, or does it include like hard surfaces as well as like the driveways?
Through your chair to Councillor, the question, I think it's a great question. And we had a discussion with development officer doing our internal discussion. So the typical best practices in terms of calculating the lot coverage will not include like driveway or like swimming pool. It will be specifically speaks to the main dwelling of the footprint of the main dwelling or accessory structure, for example, like secondary suite on the property. So it will not include like porch or like driveway. So.
And just a follow-up question. Do the driveways come into the calculation in any way as far as the water that's leaving the property? I noticed that a lot of housing has large paved driveways, sometimes as much as the property or the structure itself.
Through your chair to Councillor questions, I don't have an answer for now, but I can check up with our development officer because they are more familiarized with the as of right development.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ivy. Okay. Any further questions for Planner Hung or Acting Director Fugier? Seeing nothing. Any closing comments? Planner Hung? No, you're good. With that, we'll conclude the public hearing. Council meeting will resume at this point. I think there are some recommendations from staff. If we can put them up on the screen. Okay. And that's the first one. If somebody wishes to make it, we can have discussion, debate, and comments on it. Deputy Mayor.
The council gives second reading and approves amending the text of the Windsor Municipal Planning Strategy and Windsor Land Use Bylaw to accommodate a wider range of missing middle housing forms, create affordable housing policy, and relax parking requirements in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in attachment A and B of the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee Report number 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Questions, comments, debate on this, council? Councillor Yanish.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would support the recommendation, but I think it's a mistake on the topic of lot coverage to only include the structure and not deal with the issue of paved driveways and impermeable surfaces. I think that's a big mistake, and it's needs something that needs to be dealt with if we're trying to control flooding. But as it stands, I don't think it's very effective, but I'll support the motion.
Further questions, discussion, council? Seeing none, I'll call the question that council gives second reading and approves amending the text of the Windsor Municipal Planning Strategy and Windsor Land Use Bylaw to accommodate a wider range of missing middle housing forms, create affordable housing policy, and relax parking requirements in a manner substantively the same as draft set out in attachment A and B of the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee Report number 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025. You can put that vote up on the screen. And motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. We do have a second part here. Yep. It's the first one there. And that would be the second one, Deputy Mayor.
The council gives second reading and approves amending the map of the Windsor Land Use Bylaw to reflect the proposed zoning changes in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in Figure 1 of the Planning Advisory Committee Report, number 23-21, dated January 9th, 2025.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. For the discussion on the motion. Seeing nothing, I'll call the question that council gives second reading and approves amending the map of the Windsor Land Use Bylaw to reflect the proposed zoning changes in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in Figure 1 of the Planning Advisory Committee Report 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025. Put that vote up on the screen, Clerk Snare. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. We do have another one, Planner Hong. That's for the Hansport, Deputy Mayor.
The council gives second reading and approves amending the text of the Hansport Municipal Planning Strategy and Hansport Land Use Bylaw to accommodate a wider range of missing middle housing forms, create affordable housing policy, and relax parking requirements in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in attachment A and B of the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee Report number 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025.
Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Further discussion on this motion, council? I see nothing. I'll call the question that council gives second reading and approves amending the text of the Hansport Municipal Planning Strategy and Hansport Land Use Bylaw to accommodate a wider range of missing middle housing forms, create affordable housing policy, and relax parking requirements in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in attachment A and B of the Planning Heritage Advisory Committee Report number 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. We do have a second recommendation up on the screen for Hansport. That's the first one.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Oh, okay.
That's true.
Oh, it's a typo. Okay, sorry.
The council gives second reading and approves amending the map of the Hansport Land Use Bylaw to reflect the proposed zoning changes in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in Figure 1 of the Planning Advisory Committee Report number 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis, seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. For the discussion on this motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question that council gives second reading and approves amending the map of the Hansport land use bylaw to reflect the proposed zoning changes in a manner substantially the same as a draft set out in figure 1 of the Planning Advisory Committee report number 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. We'll go to the third one for West Hants. Thank you very much, Planner Hung. Deputy Mayor.
That council gives second reading and approves amending the text of the West Hants Municipal Planning Strategy and West Hants Land Use Bylaw to accommodate a wider range of missing middle housing forms, create affordable housing policy, and relax parking requirements in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in Attachment A and B of the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee report number 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion on the motion, council. Seeing no lights, I'll call the question that council gives second reading, approves amending the text of the West Hants Municipal Planning Strategy and West Hants Land Use Bylaw to accommodate a wider range of missing middle housing forms, create affordable housing policy, and relax parking requirements in a manner substantially the same as draft set out in attachment A and B of the Planning Heritage Advisory Committee report number 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. We do have a second part to that as well. Deputy Mayor.
The council gives second reading and approves amending the map of the West Hants Land Use Bylaw to reflect the proposed zoning changes in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in Figure 1, Figure 2, Figure 3, and Figure 4 of the Planning Advisory Committee report number 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing nothing, I'll call the question that council gives second reading and approves amending the map of the West Hants Land Use Bylaw to reflect the proposed zoning changes in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in Figure 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the Planning Advisory Committee report 23-21 dated January 9th, 2025. And the motion's passed. Thank you very much, everybody. We are up to unfinished business, postponed motions, wind turbine. Thank you, Planner Hung. Sorry, it was a lot of work that went into that, and we appreciate the information there.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe I will just respond to Councillor Yanesh comments on the lot coverage. I think we do have some flexibility to define how we want to define the lot coverage. So I will definitely talk to our development officer and to see how we can change based on your feedback. Thank you.
I look forward to the plan review process as well, to look for more safeguards through that process as well. So wind turbine policy research information report, Acting Director Fougier.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I have no presentation for this report tonight, but just wanted to provide council with the information. So at the January council meeting, council directed staff to conduct research into potential future amendments to the West Hants Municipal Planning Strategy, specifically to limit the number of wind farms in West Hants. So since that council meeting, the province has set requirements for wind farms in the MGA for all municipalities to follow, including separation distances, and that visual impacts shall not be considered when evaluating applications. So as detailed in my report, the municipality is quite limited in the ability to apply further restrictions, and given the direction from the province, staff feels like it's unlikely any amendments that would serve to restrict or limit wind farm development moving forward be approved by the province. And happy to answer any questions about the report or any information that I provided.
Thank you very much, Acting Director Fougier. Any questions to Acting Director on her information report, Council? All right. Councilor Ivy?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the report. And I know that I think this is probably a council meeting or two ago that we'd initially done this, and just Acting Director Fougier brought this to us at planning, and my comments there are similar to tonight. It was for us to know what we would have in front of us as potential should we ever wish to have some sort of control over what we have going on within the West Hants region with the change or the rejection of the proposed changes being put forward by West Hants. We effectively heard that while we sit here and have the authority to make at least initial decisions, that if the decisions aren't in keeping with what is wanted to be seen provincially, that they will, with the stroke of a pen, remove our authority to make decisions on land use within our region, which I think is truly unfortunate. And I think we've even seen it extending further now with other bills coming through and I believe NSFM may be taking a look at the recent bills going through as to what that may mean for municipal bodies. But we've identified here the reasons that we cannot look to have control over this, aside from potentially eliminating wind turbines altogether. And I don't even know if that's possible anymore. It might be good to find out what we can and can't do relative to this sort of an initiative. I'm not looking to be, troublesome here in any fashion. I just want to know what are the guidelines that we have for making decisions in this vein when we have a pretty clear message from residents on what they do and don't want to see within their region. And we are somewhat tasked with that responsibility for doing that based on what we have as a vision for the region. Whether it be in the more urban or rural areas, how we see it growing over the course of the next, many years. What do we expect and think we would want to see here? What's that vision for this council and or, for the staff from an administrative standpoint, longer term that we want West Hants looking like? And it is disconcerting is the word that I'll use to say that it appears that we don't have authority over what we thought we did. And that's unfortunate too. It's not that any of us are deniers of climate change. It's not that we're not looking to see other ways that we can have energy utilized within the region. Is to try and determine, when people get up in the morning and they open their door, what are they going to be looking at? And that's, I guess, the crux of what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Leary Pinch. I almost said Director Leary Pinch. You guys are just sitting together there. But comes with a pay increase, but
So thank you through you, Chair. Is there no way to look at like population density versus and the amount of turbines or the land mass for which those turbines occupy within a particular area? Like, do you think that that would lead us in the exact same direction provincially? I'm just thinking in talking, towards what Councillor Ivy's suggesting is it's not that we don't want wind turbines or that we don't believe in climate change. It's that right now there is a large density of wind turbines within one particular area as opposed to being spread out across the municipality. So I'm just wondering if there is any language there which would be permitted to be used.
Through your worship, that's a great question. The MGA is very specific in the powers it grants us in terms of from a planning perspective on what we can include in our planning documents, what we can restrict and how we go about doing that. And of course, those have to be approved by the province, at least at the policy level. So it's really, we follow the MGA, and now that the MGA has more specific requirements around wind turbines, commercial wind turbines, it's very much a small box that we kind of have to fit in. And there's only so much criteria that we can really consider. And that's not something that they've really sort of included in that consideration, if that answers your question.
Okay. Councillor Remy.
thank you for the report. I guess my only concern, and I mean, it pretty much echoes the same thing that Councillor Remy said. Jeez. Councillor
Okay,
Ivy.
you can echo yourself.
Yeah, yeah. I think my biggest thing with this is that what seems to be happening with stuff that, planning matters that used to be in our control, and we could, bring forward the concerns of residents and those types of things. And that seems to be lessening, which or in my opinion would, make residents doubt our ability to actually represent them. So I think if the way things are going, if they're continuing to make these changes in the MGA and limiting our powers to actually bring our residents' voices forward, I think the biggest thing that we could probably do at this point in time is just continue to advocate for them. So whether it's like, the letters that we get about different things, or, the windmills and all of those things, but even reaching out to the province or maybe the UNSM or something like that, and collectively advocating for the voices in the communities. That's it.
Thank you very much. All great comments. Councillor Leary Pinch.
Is there any, I know that we have had conversations with the NSFM, but is there any way to reach out to like the Federation of Municipalities? Because I'm just curious, like across the country, if these are concerns in other provinces and perhaps what their response is or what their relationship is with their provincial governments and planning, development, and land use.
Yeah, council can send a letter off to any organization. So,
okay.
Yep. See no more lights. I'll just chime in here again. The province does have legislative goals for climate action, and I think they're working on those goals. Provincial statements of interest, which were referenced earlier tonight, have always been in effect on multiple different things, depending on the administration of the day. And our documents always, regardless of whether we were making a change or not, they had to reflect those as well. So we couldn't go counter those to begin with. I do believe the NSFM is a great body to channel thoughts of council and how it affects all municipalities in Nova Scotia, and then the FCM as well on a more national stage to see what other jurisdictions or other provinces have done in the past and how they've approached it. For example, again, this is new to us. It may not be new to Ontario. It may not be new to Alberta or Manitoba, for example. So the avenues are always there, council. It's a great tool sometimes. I know it's very recent. A lot of the new legislation is very recent. I have a little update in my mayor's report at the next step or when we come back from break. But, it's not just unique to West Hants where the concerns are and what the role that municipal units will play going forward into the future and the blending of roles between municipal, federal, provincial seem to be getting cloudier and murkier every day. So we're always at the whim of council. We appreciate the report, Acting Director Fougier, and if there are no more questions at this point, we will move on to the next item. All right, that would be my report, the mayor's report. So again, another busy month, council. I want to reference the staff breakfast that the CAO had suggested. I think was pretty successful. We have great staff here in West Hants, and to show them appreciation sometimes and serve them for a change. But I think it was appreciated by all. Again, kudos to Chef Paul, who's not here tonight, Councillor Bonnie Smith, John Smith, Rupert Yanish for being tremendous cook assistants, I believe. That's what you call it. Kind of neat seeing Councillor Yanish in an apron. It was pretty cool. Kudos to all. It was a great event. I met with local EHS personnel, Mike Jansijin. I hope I pronounced the last name right, Mike. Pardon. It's a difficult one, but regarding AEDs and the registration council. There is a website that'll show you where all the AEDs are placed throughout the municipality and the province, And as we were discussing, he goes, "You have one here in this building and one at the sports complex, but they're not registered." So again, something may come up that somebody needs to access that information really quick, and it's good. So anybody out there who does have one that's not registered, I highly suggest registering it. I think we have some information going out in a newsletter as well, just to highlight it. That it seems like one of those things that nobody pays attention to, but they are important when you need them, eh? The SFM, as referenced earlier, we were on that mayor CAO call. A lot of units were just expressing and discussing the same concerns that were just expressed around this table. NSFM is really having those discussions with the province. Where it leads to in the end, there's a lot of changes being proposed and coming at us, and we'll see where it goes. Mermaid Theater, they had a great funding announcement. Myself, Councillor Ivy, were at that. $1.2 million, I believe, for upgrades to their building, various aspects of the building. The facade is looking fantastic, and the events and the shows and the just the facility itself and the opportunities that it presents, it's endless. They've done an amazing job, and kudos to them. Councillor Yanush and myself have been involved in a community group trying to create a Somerville Community Park. It's a small engaged group of people who are trying to do something for the area. So more to come on that as that progresses. Had the opportunity to meet with an arborist specialist here within our community, discussing the type of trees in West Hants. In particular, ash was a discussion that day, and the pests that come along that can infect certain trees that are huge and big and beautiful, and they give us a nice canopy of shade and just beautification. But you get a pest that gets introduced to your municipality all of a sudden, and those trees can be diseased pretty quick and can pose a safety risk. So we were just discussing how to approach it and just some information. So I think a little bit of that's going out in the newsletter as well. For people who may have one on their property or so forth, so on and so forth. The Windsor Township winter thing, I think councillors who submitted a report this month have also referenced it. A nice event again. It was really chilly that day, so maybe hindered a little bit, but people still came out. They had a blast, and just to see the community rally for events like that, it's second to none. PAC HAC once again met. Another recommendation coming later on in this meeting. Again, just want to highlight it's a vocal committee that's very very engaged. So we have another member in the crowd as well who is here tonight, which we do appreciate. Michelle, it's nice. It's nice when committee members are showing interest and coming out. So it is appreciated. Not to highlight you or make you shy or anything. And you did a great job chairing at the other night. So great job. CBCL Stormwater Management meeting the other night. I think everybody was there. I won't go too much more into that one. Myself, CAO, multiple staff, developers, and Dalhousie University met. So we had their planning staff, we had economic development staff, a little bit of everybody. And it was a great meeting. We discussed multiple things within West Hants, primarily along Wentworth Road regarding stormwater, planning approvals, population density, forecasts, business, concerned areas, future growth, etc. So it's a great little session, and the sky is the limit when it comes to collaborations with organizations such as academic institutions, etc. Again, as earlier tonight, the provincial D1 girls hockey provincials tournament was a great success. Speaking to SS&S reps, it was one of the most well-attended tournaments that they've seen in recent history. The teams, all 8 teams, 160 athletes, dozens of coaches, and then the people coming from all areas that their teams were from. The comments were phenomenal about the sports complex, how bright and airy and clean, and the accommodating staff and the accommodating volunteers. They go, definitely West Hants is an inspiration, and your hospitality is second to none. So I just wanted to share that with council as well. Next month, we are hosting the National Broomball Championships. I think over 1,000 athletes, as from what I'm believing or understanding. It's going to be a huge economic driver to the community again, and that'll be exciting. That'll be exciting one to watch. The Rugby National Championships are now coming to West Hants, July 3rd to 6th, and they will be held at the King's Edgell School site. So their field will spill over at the Avondale site. I think 1,000 athletes again, and rooms booked. Everything is in full fetch. That's going to be another big one that's being hosted here in West Hants again. Their theme and their motto is to have every cent spent here in West Hants. So every cent that they need for either memorabilia, swag, security, everything that is conducted to hold the tournament is being spent and held here in West Hants. So it's a great initiative by that group, and that'll be exciting as well. Resident concerns this month, council, uranium fracking, windmills, development issues with debris on roads. A lot of developments happening and trucks coming and going, and they may be depositing rocks and larger rocks. I've been discussing with development staff and trying to address it there. Tax rate, upcoming budget, grants, pressures on the tax rate, all discussions that are on multiple residents' minds. Recreation. You guys have seen in the correspondence, and I have more for council tomorrow night's strategy session. Roads and number of deer. Number of deers everywhere in each district have been coming up on a daily basis through a phone call or a visit or an email, and it's definitely becoming an issue with the more development we have and just the change in climate and stuff. They seem to be everywhere. So it doesn't matter which way you look. You could be driving as slow as you want, being attentive you want, and just they're popping out at people all over the roads and stuff. So it is becoming an issue. An email sent earlier by CAO Phillips. We thank you for that regarding the Cellular for Nova Scotia program. It doesn't have anything for West Hants in regards to cell towers, and that should be a concern for council. And how do we address that? We definitely want to have those identified and located here in West Hants, and through the Cellular Nova Scotia program, that'd definitely be the way to do it. So just for future thought for council to have maybe a more robust discussion on that in the future. So that is my report. If there's questions on it, I can take it now. If not, we will go to break. All right, we'll go to break. It's 8:05 now. We will come back at 8:20. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Live. Perfect. Thank you very much. Welcome back, folks. It's 8:22 on Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, and we're resuming this session of West Hampton Regional Municipality Council meeting after break. We are on part 12 of the agenda, financial updates. First part, general operating as of January 31st, 2025. Director Roshan.
Thank you, Your Worship. So all the reports have been included in your package that we're going to be covering this evening. I'll stop for questions at the end of each of the reports. The first report is the 10th month ending January 31st for the General Operating Fund. Not a lot has changed since our December 31st report. We are looking at a surplus of $824,946. We have received our last e-transfer tax payment for the year, so I was able to accurately project that for the year end, as well as our final payment for our host community fees. So that's where you're going to see biggest changes in revenue. Not a lot of changes on the expense side of the report. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Director Roshan. Questions on financial updates, Council? Councillor John Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not so much on the information in front of me, but it is around the deed transfer tax. Just curious, how does that get set? The deed transfer tax, is that something that council sets, or is it?
Through a bylaw.
Council sets it through bylaw, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
1.5%.
Okay.
The maximum a municipal unit can set is 1.5%.
Oh, so the province does have some say in it. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, if I could, Your Worship, just for clarity on the the trailing comment by Councillor Smith that the province has provincially, I guess, has say in the context of the maximum amount. Is
The
that
maximum amount. So
Right.
the maximum is 1.5%.
Yeah, just, yeah, thank you.
There is one municipal unit in the province that doesn't have it. That'd be the municipality county of Kings. Everybody else varies from 0.5 to 1.5, depending on the unit. All right, we'll move on. Director Roshan to water utility operating.
Thank you, Your Worship. So as part of our package that we've included for you is the, again, 10th month ending January 31st for the consolidated water utility. We are projecting a surplus of 13,248. Again, not a lot has changed on the variances within the report from the previous period. However, of course, we have the January consumption numbers, so there's only one more quarter within this report to project. So the projections for the forecast for the rate sales has changed. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Smith, John.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one question. It's around the figure for administration in general under actuals. Is that the right number? 381,000?
Yes. So the 381,000 as the actual as of the end of January. And we're forecasting we'll be at 1.4 million by the end of March. The reason for that is because depreciation isn't allocated until the year end, neither is the administration fee. So those are two big chunks of the administration line that do impact that.
Okay. Thank you. That
You-
clarifies
you,
it.
You were thinking admin only.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any further questions, council? All right, we'll move on to the next. Water consumption.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Worship. So again, included in your package is the January 31st, 2025 water consumption report. In here, you'll see that we have our Q3 figures that was billed in January, which would be our December reads. Of course, any final billings or adjustments or water main breaks that have been included, or for any flushing within Q4 so far up to the end of January. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions, council, on water consumption? Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Director Roshan. Director Roshan, we're seeing what I call a significant drop off down in the third quarter. And I know we've talked about this before, and there's that which you measure on a financial basis and that which you don't since October. I don't want to presume, so the drop down to about 11 million gallons in that third quarter, is there anything else going on there that just because the second quarter dropped down about 30% and then this one is 50% of that, so it's presently running, the normal average quarterly consumption is running around 25, round numbers if you'll allow me that, about 25 million gallons running through there, maybe a little bit less at 22, but seeing 11 is a significant drop. Any sense as to what the cause on that is? Or we
Yep. So within Q3 for the bulk meters, I assume is what you're asking about there.
Yes, it is.
So those were ending of September 30th. So we had to, of course, estimate for a small period of time for all of the bulk meters between the last read and the final read for the Underwood. So that was that one. And the other ones we had read on September 30th. Those were in the Q2. So that all goes to September 30th. And then the reads happen early to mid-December. So it's a shorter period of time in Q3 for those bulk meters because they were forecasted forward and read at a separate time in the September to capture that year-end final billing component before the consolidation. The other piece would be the Underwood road meter. As we communicated with the last quarterly read, there were battery died on that meter. So when the meter got a new battery, it restarts again at where it was left off. So there's just, again, when that battery was installed and started tracking. So we had to do that piece. So that's a part of that other decline there.
Gotcha. So just for clarity, so the September, which would have been the second quarter, May, June, September, second quarter, we ran that as close to the end of September as we could. Am I correct? Is that
Correct.
what you're saying to me?
Yeah.
Got it. And then in December, we ran probably a bit early, holidays, whatever. Is that?
Yeah, we usually read the middle, like early to mid of the month each time, and then we bill the following month.
Got it.
So we usually read in September, early to mid-September, and bill October. So these ones we had to forecast forward to September 30th.
Got it. So we have some forecast built into this number. Is that correct?
So we actually had some reads done for those final bills for those master meters. The only one we couldn't was the Underwood meter because of the battery dying, and we had to forecast that one forward.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any further questions on consumption? All right. It's a quick one today. You got one more?
I'm just the capital report. Is that a month out? Is that quarterly instead of?
So through your worship, the capital report is a quarterly report. So the next report you'll receive is the March 31st report.
Thank you.
All right. Committee of the Whole Council excerpts. March 11, 2025. First one, Annapolis Valley Regional Library, a VRL board support letter. Deputy Mayor.
Council endorsed the attached letter requesting a fair and equitable funding formula for the Annapolis Valley Regional Library System to be sent to the Honorable Dave Ritchie, Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councilor Larry Pinch. Discussion, questions on the motion? Councilor Whedon? No. All right, call the question on council endorsing the attached letter requesting a fair and equitable funding formula for Annapolis Valley Regional Library System to be sent to the Honorable Dave Ritchie, Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. 335 to 369 Tremaine Crescent Stormwater System. Deputy Mayor.
Council directs staff to continue with the identified long-term capital plan and incorporate engineering and design into the King Street and O'Brien Street reconstruction projects to collect and redirect stormwater away from the area of 335 to 369 Tremaine Crescent, thus deferring the Tremaine Crescent stormwater cross culvert to allow the cross culvert sizing to be reduced based on the reduction diversion of the current watershed catchment area after completion of the O'Brien and King Street projects.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Yanish. Councillor Remy.
There's a piece of correspondence that relates to this motion. I don't know if it's an appropriate time to speak to it or not.
Can speak to the motion and
Yeah, because
in
it speaks
relation- yeah.
directly to this motion. It was received from Rick Smith, whose property he sent council some photos of his property and those types of things. I guess my only concern, the reason I'm bringing it forward, because I know that we're saying that we'll deal with this like, you know, in conjunction with the other things that we're dealing with, but just in the interim, seeing the amount of flooding on there, I was just wondering if there was anything that we could do on a short term to address that. And let me know if this is the inappropriate time to bring it up. I just figured before we do this motion, it might be a good idea to at least bring that forward as it directly
you have a-
relates to this.
You have a question regarding if there's a shorter term fix. So, Director Richard.
Through your worship. So a shorter term fix. We discussed this previously. The issue is during these heavy rain events, the amount of water that overwhelms the ditch, runs across Tremaine Crescent, would require quite a substantial culvert. So that was the ask for staff, council directed. So that was the engineered solution, is the size of that culvert. So the recommendation before you is based on reducing the amount of water getting into that area. So it's not such a costly cross culvert. So to stay with the current design to alleviate those types of rain events, the engineered design is that large cross culvert. So essentially there's no shorter term solution as the watershed catchment area exists today.
Okay, so through you, Mayor, just for clarification, then it was either the option of I just remember, I don't remember the cost of it. I just remember it was very substantial and it wasn't even 100% sure that it was going to be necessary or, you know, once the other things are redirected and such, but there's no other option besides that to address the flooding in that.
From an engineer design perspective to deal with that type of flooding, no. Certainly, you know, we could upsize the existing culvert, but it's not just as simple as doing that. It's a shallow bury. There's lots of infrastructure. There's a lift station. There's force main. There's gravity sewer. So it would still be a substantial project, but that's why the recommendation is to lower the amount of water getting into that, so we can, you know, at some point decrease the size of that cross culvert in that area.
Okay, perfect. I didn't mean any amount of disrespect. And obviously I know that you guys would have looked at other options too. It was just when I saw the amount of flooding, I think it just made it more clear. Anyway, thank you.
Nope. Questions are good. So if anybody has a question, there's not a bad question. So it helps you rationalize or get to somewhere where you need to make an informed decision. So I think Councillor Ivy, then Larry Pinch, then Smith, and okay, I'll go down the table. I'll start with Councillor Ivy.
We're very accommodating on this side of the table. I'm sure the other side is too. We're not concerned about the order. But so the question that I have is that this motion actually is sort of partitioned in two. And the first one is to go with the 5-year capital plan and looking to address the matter. But it's the second part that really I think speaks to what we have going on here. And I just want to be clear about it, in which it says, thus deferring the Tremaine Crescent stormwater cross culvert to allow the cross culvert sizing to be reduced. And I'm not sure what it means by to be reduced, unless it's talking about the volume of the water to be reduced. But in here is to reduce because the culvert, in my mind, wouldn't be reduced, period. The culvert that we had recommended that was brought forward as part of this, and I'll get to a question, is that was probably 6 times what is there at present with a single, I think it's 15-inch continuing from the catch basin at the ditch down to the cross culvert that I think is 18. The ditch isn't really what's overwhelmed. It's the catch basin that can't take the water in. And that goes back to the discussion presentation here back in September of 23, that The water's coming through the ditch just fine. It's coming through the ditch up over the curb, across the street and in the neighboring properties across the street where the water is sufficiently deep. And I don't know if the neighbor put the fence in to keep the children safe from the depth of the water that's building up there or not. But that's how deep that water is, that's the volume of water flowing across, that you've got ducks floating in there after storms and the like. So what got us to this was that motion to have a quicker solution to deal with that area of Tremaine because of the volume of water that's flowing in there. The ditches that run across the marsh are significant. So I don't know that we necessarily need to defer the Tremaine Crescent. What we're doing here is longer term solution. That's what's been put forward here to deal with this from a broader holistic flood perspective. But I don't think that cross culvert needs to be deferred. It might be that you put in a parallel cross culvert or a parallel culvert out of the catch basin to get the water out of the ditch. And by doing that, we'll stop the water from going up over the curb, across the street and down into other neighboring properties, then flowing across to where the walking path is for the kids going to the elementary school. Again, past this excessively deep water within that area after flood events. I don't want to, hammer on about this. We've talked about this a lot. I know I'm tired of hearing me talk about it, and I'm sure everybody else around the table is as well. But this has been going on for around 20 years that they've been having flood issues in that area. It's because it's low, similar to Stannis. But this isn't, this is built for a 1 in 100 year storm, but I don't think we need for a 1 in 100 year storm to alleviate what's taking place going through that cross culvert. Not the engineer, not the person that gets down into the ditch when the rain is overflowing, but we can see in those pictures, which are different days and times, and with abundance of transparency. Let me just say that to the comment raised by Councillor Remy, the photos are Mr. Smith's taken before and after storms. He's not out there taking pictures in the middle of the storm because he's too busy trying to clear the ditch. But the formatting of the photos, I helped him with. He didn't know how to get them into a table so they wouldn't move all over the page. That's my involvement in the photos, just so everybody's clear. No bias. I've been speaking about this for a long time, but just so we're clear that that's how you get that structure, those images. His photos, I just formatted them. But they're important in telling the story of the volume of water going through a private property. In the original recommendation that we had here, it was to put more water down there and look at easements and that 8 foot by 6 foot box culvert to get the water across the street. That's how much there is. It's not his responsibility to hold it. Not his responsibility to keep that water on his property until our culvert clears it. And so we can go ahead with this as it is, but there's nothing speaking here that solves this problem. And so I'll end up showing up in a month's time with another recommendation to deal with this property, or not. It's not a property, actually. It sounds like it is. It's not. There's several properties here in this area that are affected by it, and even going in across what we'll call public lands where the kids go to school. So the question is do we need to defer that Tremaine Crescent fix? And that's the question that I have on this motion. Do we need to defer that? Or does the ability exist, to Councillor Remy's question, can we not get something that at least cut it in half? Something would keep that water from going up and over and into other properties. Because it can't be allowed that we're saying we're willing to wait 5 years. Well, 5 years, that 5 years with us, it's not 5 years. I don't mean that rudely. I'm just speaking frankly here that 5 years in the municipal world and in government world, if I can be even broader, that's a long time to expect them to hang on to that water, and even more water that'll be coming now over the next 5 years, more than what you see in those photos. This is the motion that's before us. The question is, do we have the ability to do something else? And I think Councillor Remy's already asked the question. The answer was no, but it's.
All right. If there's nothing further, we're gonna.
You can move on, Mayor Zabian. I've said what I have to say.
Councillor John Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a question for Director Richard. So I guess my question is, we're going to defer the culvert under the street until after the larger project's done so that there's less water going down in that direction to begin with. couldn't we add a smaller culvert to the one that's there in the meantime before the larger project's done? Not the project that CBCL specified, but more of a practical solution, just so that we get more water away. It may not be good for the 1 in 100 year storm, but it might suffice.
So through your worship, staff can do what council directs them to do. What you're asking is, and like Councillor Ivey was alluding to, we can put another pipe across there. However, if we get a 1 in 100 year storm or a 1 in 50 year storm, the engineering has been done. It's on paper. So if you're asking us to do something that we could get a storm that is going to overwhelm that system, be 2, 3, 4, or 5 culverts, not the proper design solution, you're going to have the same situation. We can do that, but from an engineering perspective, we paid for the engineering study to do what that's the recommended. So what I'm saying to you is we reduce the amount of water getting into that system, then we can go back, crunch the numbers, and that cross culvert would be smaller. Still expensive, because the issue is there's buried infrastructure underneath. There's not much road surface. So we can't put a circular culvert because there's not enough cover. So we need to go with a low profile box culvert. So that again is more expensive to deal with. So that's the issue before us. So, but staff will do what is directed of them.
Councillor Larry Pinch.
That's my question. Thank you.
So through you, Chair, to Director Richard. So just from a time perspective, because I think I asked this, but I can't quite recall the exact response. So this, particular plan that we have up in the motion is 5 years. How long would it take to put in what was suggested by the engineer, time-wise? Like in comparison, one project is going to take 5 years to get us to the reduced water flow point.
So the 5 year reference is the 5 year capital. Both of the King Street and the O'Brien Street project are identified in the 5 year capital. O'Brien Street is actually in the design piece for this fiscal budget that we're in. We're drafting RFP for design services for O'Brien Street. Normally that takes a year. If everything is favorable, next year's construction season, not this year's, but next year's, we'll be in a position to have O'Brien Street reconstructed. So with O'Brien Street, a lot of that stormwater can be redirected to the other side of the rail corridor. And then shortly after that, King Street is in the design. So King Street would be further out, probably mid 5 year budget for that portion. So again, within the 5 years, we anticipate that section of King Street and O'Brien Street to be completed. But certainly if we do O'Brien Street in next construction season, certainly some of that water can be redirected. Hopefully that answers your question just as far as timing. So
can I ask one follow-up
Sure.
question, please? Sorry. Is there any way to do the smaller culvert based on a projection of how much water flow is going to be there once O'Brien gets done at the same time as the construction of O'Brien Street? So it would make it happen simultaneously, or no, one has to happen before the other?
Through your worship, a great question. Once the design was done for that portion of O'Brien Street, that we could see, how much water we're going to collect, redirect. Certainly, culvert sizing could be done at that point, but until we have the detailed design done, where we're going to put it, there may be easements required, but certainly after that point, when the detailed design is done, absolutely, yes.
Further questions to Director Richard before we go back into debate on the motion? Councillor John Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one further question. Do you know what percentage of the water will be taken away by the O'Brien part of the project as opposed to O'Brien and King?
Again, great question. We'll know much better when we get the detailed design, because part of the one-way King Street piece kind of comes around the corner. We may be able to take that in as the O'Brien Street piece instead of the King Street. But again, until we get through that, come up with the scope of the project, hard to answer that fully at this point. But If we did both projects at the same time, certainly, but O'Brien in itself is a large capital undertaking, and then King Street for sure would have to be phased just because of length of King Street. So the projects.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna excuse you. You're done on that one. Any more questions or discussion on the motion? See nothing. I'll call the question that council direct staff to continue with the identified long-term capital plan and incorporate engineering design into the King Street and O'Brien Street reconstruction project to collect and redirect stormwater away from the area of 335 to 369 Tremaine Crescent, thus deferring the Tremaine Crescent stormwater cross culvert to allow the cross culvert sizing to be reduced based on the reduction diversion of the current watershed catchment area after completion of the O'Brien and King Street projects. Say that one 10 times in a row. Who seconded? Yeah, that's an excerpt. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Next up, 2025 to 2027 standing offer asphalt paving services, WHPW 25-4, Deputy Mayor.
Council approved the award of tender WHPW 25-04 for standing offer paving services 2025 to the low compliant bidder Dexter Construction Company Limited for unit pricing services based on the tendered estimate cost of $565,925 plus applicable taxes.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Scott McLean. Discussion, questions on this motion. Councillor Paul Whedon.
Yes, I just, thank you, Mayor. I just had a question on that. So that is for the whole municipality, West Hants, the 565,000, that's to cover the district's roads and the town roads?
So it is unit pricing.
Yeah, through your worship. So this is for maintenance, patching, and paving for all municipally owned streets.
Thank you.
Any further discussion, questions? All right, I'll call the question that council approve the award tender WHPW 25-04 for standing offer paving services 2025 to the low combined bidder Dexter Construction Company Limited for unit pricing services based on a tendered estimated cost of $565,925 plus applicable taxes. It's all written. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Landowner appointment to watershed advisory committees. Deputy Mayor.
Council approves Lonnie Curry, Stephen Marsters, and Jamie Whidden be appointed to the Davison Lake and French Mill Brook Watershed Committee for the term March 25th, 2025 to October 31st, 2027.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Further discussion, comments on the motion? Nothing. I'll call the question that council approves Lonnie Curry, Stephen Marsters, and Jamie Whidden be appointed to the Davidson Lake and French Mill Brook Watershed Committee for the term March 25th, 2025 to October 31st, 2027. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Deputy Mayor.
Council approves Patrick Schofield and Bruce Atwell be appointed to the Mills Lake Watershed Advisory Committee for the term March 25th, 2025 to October 31st, 2027.
Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion, comments? Nothing. I'll call the question that council approves Patrick Schofield and Bruce Atwell be appointed to the Mills Lake Watershed Advisory Committee for the term March 25, 2025 to October 31st, 2027. Motion's passed. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Lonnie, Stephen, Jamie, Patrick, and Bruce. Look forward to working with you on those committees. Municipal Finance Corporation Spring Debenture 2025. Deputy Mayor.
Council approves the renewal of a temporary borrowing resolution in the amount of $2,807,019 as outlined within March 11th, 2025 temporary borrowing resolution report.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion on the motion. Nothing. I'll call the question that council approves a renewal of temporary borrowing resolution in the amount of $2,807,019 as outlined within March 11, 2025 temporary borrowing resolution report. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor.
Council approves a temporary borrowing resolution in the amount of $804,415 to refinance the loan for the road renewal projects.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Seconder. Councillor Leary Pinch. Further discussion on the motion. Nothing. I'll call the question that council approves a temporary borrowing resolution in the amount of $804,415 to refinance the loan for the road renewal projects. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor.
Council approves that the mayor and municipal clerk sign the resolution for pre-approval of the debenture issuance, subject to interest rate confirmation not to exceed 6.5% to enable West Hants Regional Municipality to issue a 5-year debenture of $44,216 for the purchase of a maintenance van for community development.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor John Smith. Further discussion on the motion. Nothing. I'll call the question that council approves that the mayor and municipal clerk sign a resolution for pre-approval of debenture issuance subject to interest rate confirmation not to exceed 6.5% to enable West Hants Regional Municipality to issue a 5-year debenture of $44,216 for the purchase of a maintenance van for community development. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor.
Council approves that the mayor and municipal clerk sign the resolution for pre-approval of debenture issuance subject to interest rate confirmation not to exceed 6.5% to enable West Hants Regional Municipality to issue a 10-year debenture of $98,343 for the purchase of a boat for Southwest Hants Fire and tools for Brooklyn Fire Station 2.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Seconder.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paul Weed. For discussion on the motion. I'll call the question that council approves that, sorry. Oh,
Can I-
sorry, Councillor Leary Pinch.
My apologies. Can I abstain from this motion?
You want to abstain? It's a vote in the affirmative if you do, as per policy.
That's fine. It's just that I happen to be involved in one of the organizations, so I just thought.
Do you wish to declare conflict?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you locked into the chair? There you go. All right. I'll call the question that council approves that the mayor and municipal clerk sign a resolution for pre-approval of debenture issuance subject to interest rate confirmation not to exceed 6.5% to enable West Hants Regional Municipality to issue a 10-year debenture of $98,343 for the purchase of a boat for Southwest Hants Fire and tools for Brooklyn Fire Station 2. Just passed. Thank you very much. Yep, you can come on in. The doors are hollow, eh? Deputy Mayor.
Council approves that the mayor and the municipal clerk sign the resolution for pre-approval of debenture issuance subject to interest rate confirmation not to exceed 6.5% to enable West Hants Regional Municipality to issue a 15-year debenture of $535,938 for the road and sewer portion of the vacuum truck jet rodder.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor John Smith. Further discussion, council. No, I'll call the question. That council approves that the mayor and municipal clerk sign the resolution for pre-approval of the venture issuance, subject to interest rate confirmation not to exceed 6.5% to enable West Hants Regional Municipality to issue a 15-year debenture of $535,938 for road and sewer portion of vacuum truck jet rotor. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Deputy Mayor.
Council approves that the mayor and municipal clerk sign the resolution for pre-approval of debenture issuance, subject to interest rate confirmation not to exceed 6.5% to enable West Hants Regional Municipality to issue a 15-year debenture of $188,889 for the water portion of the vacuum truck jet rotor.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a second? Or seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. For the discussion, Council. I'll call the question. The council approves that the mayor and municipal clerk sign the resolution for pre-approval of debenture issuance, subject to interest rate confirmation not to exceed 6.5% to enable West Hants Regional Municipality to issue a 15-year debenture of $188,889 for the water portion of the vacuum truck jet rotor. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
Council approves that the mayor and municipal clerk sign the resolution for pre-approval of debenture issuance, subject to interest rate confirmation not to exceed 6.5% to enable West Hants Regional Municipality to issue a 20-year debenture of $1,939,634 for the road renewal of Albert Street and College Road.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. For the discussion. All right, I'll call the question. That council approves that the mayor and municipal clerk sign the resolution for pre-approval of debenture issuance, subject to interest rate confirmation not to exceed 6.5% to enable West Hants Regional Municipality to issue a 20-year debenture of $1,939,634 for the road renewal of Albert Street and College Road. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
Council approves that the mayor and municipal clerk sign the resolution for pre-approval of debenture issuance, subject to interest rate confirmation not to exceed 6.5% to enable the West Hants Regional Municipality to issue a 5-year debenture of $804,415 to refinance debenture number 30-A-1-G.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? No.
Question?
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Councillor John Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. Was wondering what the debenture was for, the number 30-A-1-G. It was to refinance that debenture.
Director Rashawn, you have that on hand.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So through you to Councillor Smith, our debenture for that would be a former Town of Windsor debenture. It was for road and sewer renewal projects, and I'm just bringing up the actual streets. If you can give me one moment.
Stannis and Gray, Sanitary Storm, Stannis
Yep.
Gray,
And Wentworth.
Sidewalk, Wentworth Road, Road Phase 3, Sewer Phase 3 on Wentworth Road, and Wentworth Road Storm Sewer Phase 3.
Yep.
So each of those portions totals 804,415.
And it should have been included, I believe so, on the letter that was sent from the Municipal Finance Division.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Director Rashawn. Any further questions? Seeing nothing, we'll call the question. That council approves that the mayor and municipal clerk sign the resolution for pre-approval of debenture issuance, subject to interest rate confirmation not to exceed 6.5% to enable the West Hants Regional Municipality to issue a 5-year debenture of $804,415 to refinance debenture number 30-A-1-G. Mine's sticky too. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Video surveillance policy amendments. Deputy Mayor.
Council approves the video surveillance policy RCOFN-013.00 as amended in a manner substantially the same as the draft set out in attachment A of the report to Committee of the Whole dated March 11th, 2025.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Further discussion? I'll call the question. The council approves the video surveillance policy RCOFN-013.00 as amended in the manner substantively the same as the draft set out in attachment A of the report to Committee of the Whole dated March 11, 2025. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. West Hand Sports Complex HRV Unit, Deputy Mayor.
Council approves the award of tender WHRM CD 24-12 RFP to Maritime Pressure Works Limited for the dehumidification system upgrade at the West Hand Sports Complex in the amount of $103,587 plus a 25% contingency and applicable taxes to be taken from the Canada Community Building Fund.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Further discussion, Council? Nobody? I'll call the question. The council approves the award of tender WHRM CD 24-12 RFP to Maritime Pressure Works Limited for the dehumidification system upgrade at the West End Sports Complex in the amount of $103,587 plus 25% contingency and applicable taxes to be taken from the Canada Community Building Fund. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. Windsor Community Center Structural Assessment, Deputy Mayor.
Council award the RFP to the low compliant bidder Design Point Engineering and Surveying Limited in the amount of $22,585.30 to support the structural and accessibility assessment for the Hants County War Memorial Community Center to be taken from the WHRM operating reserve.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. For the discussion on the motion. I'll call the question. That council award the RFP to allow to the low compliant bidder, Design Point Engineering and Surveying Limited, in the amount of $22,585.30 to support the structural and accessibility assessment for the Hants County War Memorial Community Center to be taken from the West Hants Regional Municipality Operating Reserve. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. We have Planning Heritage Advisory excerpts, March 13th, 2025. First one is 33 Lakewood Drive, Brooklyn, PID 45017-183 rezoning. Planner Hung. Who's winning the game? Not going to answer, are you?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, to answer the question, the feelings were great. So thank you, everyone, for accomplish this most significant initiatives in our housing action plan. So that is really great. And so back to the application tonight. This is for the rezoning request for 33 Lakewood Drive in Brooklyn. A completed application was received from Michael Redmond on behalf of Diane Saunders on November 5th, 2024. The application was to rezone the subject lot from a split zone of highway commercial and 2-unit residential to 2-unit residential R2 entirely in order to subdivide 3 different residential lots after the rezoning. And this is the ortho photo of the subject property. The property is currently used as a residential building, which is located on the northern side of the property with frontage on Lakewood Drive. And you can also find a barn on the eastern side of the property. And that barn is no longer in use. And the property is also surrounded by a few single unit dwellings on the eastern side of the property, and also a self-storage facility on the southeastern corner of the subject lot. And this image shows the generalized future land use map, which indicates that the subject property and the surrounding properties are designated village in this area. And this image refers to the zoning map of the West Hands land use bylaw, which shows that part of the property currently is zoned 2-unit residential, and another portion of the properties is zoned highway commercial. And the proposal tonight is to rezone this property entirely to 2-unit residential, which will permit 2-unit dwellings, mini homes, and use is permitted in the R1 zone subject to the R1 zone requirements. And this is a picture taken back in early January this year, which shows that view of the subject lot from the Lakewood Drive. And here's another picture taken from the Highway 215. And in terms of the enabling policy for this application is the policy 6.2.3, which allows council to consider rezoning land within the village designation to single unit residential or 2-unit residential. And in summary, the criteria to this policy is met since the subject lot is not conflict with adjacent existing uses. And for our next policy here, we have policy 16.3.1, which includes general criteria for any amendments to the land use bylaw of West Hands. And in summary, the criteria are met since the proposal is not considered premature or inappropriate for the area, and no municipal costs related to the proposal are anticipated. And the fire chief, development officer, manager of the building and fire inspection services, area manager of the Nova Scotia Department of Public Works, and Public Works Engineering Division have no concern which have not been addressed in the report. So through the planning process, we first held the public information meeting on January 15th this year, and the meeting was broadcast on the municipal YouTube channel. Approximately 9 members attended the meeting in person with 1 individual speaking, and the deadline for the comment period was January 29th this year, and staff didn't receive any responses from the public during the comment period. However, staff did receive 1 comment before the comment period, which expressed concerns for safe roadway access on potential new driveway on Highway 215. So with this concern in mind, staff reached out to the Nova Scotia Public Work Department because they have the jurisdiction on the Highway 215. And in response, they have confirmed that the subject lot has safe roadway access to both Lakewood Drive and Highway 215. And so, as mentioned previously, we did a public information meeting on January 15th, and staff further reviewed the application and provided a recommendation report to PAC review on March 13th. And PAC forwarded a positive recommendation on that night. So tonight we are at the first reading for council's recommendation to move forward to public hearing and the second reading next month. So if the application was approved by the council at the second reading, and the approval notice of approval will be placed in the paper, and that would outline the 14-day appeal period to the Nova Scotia Utility and the Review Board. And that brings my presentation to the end, and I have my recommendation on the slide, and I'll be happy to take any questions from the council member. Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Hung. Questions to Planner Hung Council? Nothing? All right, we'll excuse you on that one. Deputy Mayor?
I'll put the recommendation on the floor.
Sure.
The council gives first reading and will hold a public hearing to consider amending Schedule A of the West Hants Land Use Bylaw to rezone PID 45017-183 at 33 Lakewood Drive in Brooklyn from the split zone of 2-unit residential R2 and highway commercial GC zone to the 2-unit residential R2 zone, entirely as shown in the report number 24-25 to the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee dated March 13th, 2025.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a
Second.
seconder? Seconded by Councillor Scott McLean. Further discussion on the motion? I'll call the question. The council gives first reading and hold a public hearing to consider amending Schedule A of the West Hants Land Use Bylaw to rezone PID 45017-183 at 33 Lakewood Drive in Brooklyn from the split zone of 2-unit residential R2 to highway commercial GC zone to the 2-unit residential R2 zone entirely as shown in the report 24-25 to the Planning Heritage Advisory Committee dated March 13th, 2025. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. College Road, Windsor, PID 45405-784, rezoning West Hants Land Use Bylaw amendments. Planner Hong. Windsor, yeah. Planner Hong.
Thank you, Chair. So moving on to my next application. This is about rezoning PID 45405784 and amendments to the Windsor Land Use Bylaw. So this slide shows the orthophoto of the subject lot as outlined in the yellow. The lot is currently undeveloped and partially utilized for some agriculture activities like pumpkin cultivation and hay last year. So as you can see from the subject lot has frontage on College Road, and it is also directly abutting to the King's Edge Hill school site, which is indicated by the red star. And this picture was taken back in February, where you can see the existing open field on the site, which has been used for growing the crops. So a completed application was received from Brighter Community Planning on behalf of King's Edge Hill School on January 7 this year. And the request was to rezone the subject lot from single unit residential R1 to institutional zone, and also amend the Windsor Land Use Bylaw to allow agrivoltaic systems as an accessory use in the institutional zone. So what is agrivoltaic system? So it is a very nascent concept in North America, and simply put, it is dual use of land for solar energy production and agriculture. And here's another picture for reference. As you can see, the solar panels are positioned to allow crop to grow underneath the solar panels. So in considering this rezoning request, policy 16.1.3 of the Windsor Municipal Planning Strategy enables council to consider to zone any area immediately adjacent to a given land under generalized future land use map to a zone permitted in the adjacent designation. So for example, this slide shows the generalized future land use map, which indicates that the subject property is currently designated residential. However, the property to the east is designated community use, which is the King's Edge Hill school site. So in this case, because the subject lot is immediately adjacent to the school, so policy 16.1.3 would apply to this application, which allows council to rezone the property to a zone that is in the community use designation. So that means it can be rezoned to institutional. And the other two policy that staff are looking into is policy GP-1 and GP-2, which allow council to regulate accessory uses by specific development standards and allow the accessory use to be located on the lot held in the same ownership and directly abuts from the lot containing the main use it is intended to serve. So in this case, because the subject lot is also owned by the King's Edge Hill School, and the proposed agrivoltaic system is intended to serve the school by producing the solar power and growing their own food. So this policy have also been met. And policy 16.3.1 states general criteria in consideration of the amendments to the land use bylaw. And in summary, this policy are also met since the fire chief, development officer, manager of building and fire inspection services, traffic authority, and the public works engineering division have no concern with the proposed development, and no municipal costs related to the proposal are anticipated. So staff are proposing amendments to the Windsor land use bylaw in order for council to allow this type of proposal. So obviously agrivoltaic system is currently something not listed in our land use bylaw, and so we need to produce amendments to both map and the text of the Windsor land use bylaw. Specifically, this includes amend the zoning map of Windsor land use bylaw to change the subject lot from single unit residential R1 to institutional, and also amend the text of the Windsor land use bylaw to allow agrivoltaic system as an accessory use in the institutional zone, and added a new definition of such use. And this image shows the current zoning map of the Windsor land use bylaw, which indicates that the subject lot is zoned single unit residential. And this shows the proposed zoning map, which would be changed to the zoning of the subject lot from single unit residential to institutional, which will be the same zone as the King's Edge Hill School and allow a range of institutional uses listed in the land use bylaw. And this slide shows the proposed text amendment. As I have mentioned in my report, agrivoltaics is a new concept, and staff are not aware of any similar project currently being built in Nova Scotia. And what we did is to look at other places in North America. Most of them are from the United States. And so we can learn from their best practices. So this is what we propose. And so with that, the requirements we put forward would require a site plan to be submitted during the permitting process to identify things like setbacks, landscape buffers along the residential properties, total area of solar panels, and etc. And we would also need to add a specific definition to Windsor land use bylaw, and this is how we define it. So an agrivoltaic system means the simultaneous use of land for both renewable energy production through an arrangement of solar photovoltaic panels and agriculture uses of growing and harvesting of vegetables, fruits, berries, nuts, and or other similar products. So in terms of the process, we held a public information meeting on February 5th, and it was well attended. Staff received one correspondence after the meeting, which is included at the end of my report. And staff have reviewed the application and researched the best practices, and staff presented to the PAC on March 13, where PAC forwarded a positive recommendation to move forward for first reading. So we are at first reading tonight, and then we will move to the second reading likely next month. And if council approve this proposal, the notice of approval will be placed in paper, followed by a 14 days appeal period to the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Boards. So this concludes my presentation, and I have 2 recommendations on the screen. There's a lot of information, so I would be happy to take any questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Hong. Questions to Planner Hong, Council? Councillor Yanish.
Yes, through you, your worship. Planner Hong, was in the definition for agrivoltaics, was there any consideration given to including livestock in that? Because in my understanding of that, we'll call it technology, that quite often the livestock are included, and it may be an opportunity. If there are no barriers, it may be an opportunity to include livestock in the definition to avoid any future need for amendments.
Through chair to Councillor Yanesh, and that is a great question. This is definitely something we could explore, but since this application is specifically speaks to this property, and from my understanding, the property owner, King's Edge Health School, doesn't intend to have any livestock. I think because it's located within close proximity in Windsor downtown. So I think there are some specific policies speaking to having livestock in terms of how many you can have on the property. But this is definitely something staff can look at through the plan review, which is upcoming. So, and hope that answered your question.
Well, follow up through you, your worship. It seems to me, though, that definition, agrivoltaic system, that's not meant to apply only to the King's Edge Hill application, or is it? Am I wrong in assuming that?
This is site specific.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Yarnish, yes, this is site specific only to. I mean, not. I mean, probably not only, but it will be permitted as an accessory use to institutional zones. And they are currently only dozens of institutional zones across Windsor. So probably this is not something every property owner will be having the appetite to develop, because it does require a significant portion of land to grow your own crops and have the solar energy. But again, we have the similar question from the doing the PAC this month, and this is something we could look at to scale up through the plan review. So potentially we could allow this type of development happening in other zones, for example, like agriculture and something like that. But again, it will be more research to be done and to determine the likelihood for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Whedon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a comment. I was very happy to attend the site visit there with Councillor Ivey and CAO Phillips and yourself that very warm day in February. And with the headmaster there, they're really doing some great things here. They got great plans. I believe that the amount of oil they use there is enough to fill an Olympic swimming pool. And this agrivoltaic system will eliminate the need for that oil. So it's a real win-win. It's a green energy. Everybody that has been involved with it so far has spoken very highly of it. And it's going to be a real learning experience too for the students at King's Edge Hill. And it's going to be a first in Canada, I believe, that this type of agrivoltaic system is associated with the school. So really excited to support this amendment. Thank you.
Very much. Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I too appreciated that warm, cold winter day tour that we had. And thank you for the loan of the gloves, Councillor Whedon. I hope I returned them to you. The question for you, Mr. Hong, is the question that was raised by, and thanks for the presentation, really insightful project that these folks have here. The question that I have is relative to the question asked by one of the residents. I believe you referenced in your report that asked about water courses and runoff potential from the property. And I think you referred it through to Public Works, which makes reference to the environment and climate change handbook that is there anything within what we're developing here that would protect neighboring landowners from watercourse runoff that may result, or is it that there's no risk of water runoff from this property as part of this project or this initiative, that we don't have that built in? It doesn't seem to be as part of the standard.
So through your chair to Councillor Ivy's comment, part from the Public Work Department comments on the standards, yes, there are development standards that the property owner have to meet. For example, like lot setbacks. So there's like rear, front, and yard setbacks that they have to meet. So from on top of my head, I cannot remember the setback requirements for the institutional zone, but I can definitely look at. So there are definitely other development control tool that we could use to prevent those risks.
Thank you. And I mean, what we see in the normal development agreement process, as you're familiar with, is a reference that the post-development flows must be less than pre-development. And I don't see that as part of this, and maybe it isn't necessary because of the nature of the development, but that's what I'm curious about, just because one of the neighboring properties asked the question. So thank you.
Further questions to Planner Hung? Seeing nothing, Deputy Mayor?
I'd make the motion.
Sure.
The council give first reading and hold a public hearing to consider amending the zoning map of the Windsor Land Use Bylaw to rezone PID 454-05784 on College Road in Windsor from single unit R1 to the institutional I zone as shown in the report number 2501 to the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee dated March 13th, 2025.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion. I'll call the question that council give first reading and hold a public hearing to consider amending the zoning map of the Windsor Land Use Bylaw to rezone PID 454-05784 on College Road in Windsor from single unit residential R1 to institutional I zone, and as shown in the report 25-01 to the Planning Heritage Advisory Committee dated March 13th, 2025. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Deputy Mayor.
The council give first reading and hold a public hearing to consider amending the Windsor Land Use Bylaw to allow agrivoltaic systems as an accessory use in the institutional zone as shown in the report number 25-01 to the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee dated March 13th, 2025.
Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Whedon. Further discussion on the motion. I'll call the question that council give first reading, hold a public hearing to consider amending the Windsor Land Use Bylaw to allow agrivoltaic systems as an accessory use in the institutional zone as shown in the report 25-01 to the Planning Heritage Advisory Committee dated March 13th, 2025. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Next up, Bear Lake Wind Farm Development Agreements. Acting Director Fougier.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I am here tonight to present the Bear Lake Wind Farm application and present a few options for how to proceed with this file, coming out of some recommendations from the most recent PACAC meeting. So to jump into the actual application, so a completed application was received on February 25th, 2025 from Rebecca Crump and Jennifer Dulesky on behalf of Bear Lake Wind Farm Limited So the application is for a development agreement to permit 11 turbines within West Hants Regional Municipality. And this application for development agreement was previously submitted under previous MPS policy and presented to this council back in November of 2024. And the applicants have now resubmitted the exact same application to be considered under our new MPS policy. So in terms of relevant legislative and environmental approvals, so in December 2023, this application received environmental assessment approval from the province. And also important to consider, in January 2025, the West Hants Municipal Planning Strategy was amended with new requirements for large wind turbine development. So under those, a development agreement is still required, but subject to amended criteria. So the proposed development falls within the resource designation, and the entire project area is within the general resource zone, which prioritizes resource uses and allows some rural residential and rural commercial uses. For some more project details, it's a 15 turbine project with 11 proposed within our municipality and 4 within HRM and Chester. Each turbine is 5.9 megawatt capacity and just over 206 meters high. The project spans quite a large area, so 6 turbines are on 4 Crown land lots and 5 are on 11 private land lots. So in terms of community and stakeholder feedback on this application, so there was a public information meeting hosted in April 2024, and 80 members of the public attended, with 20 speaking and providing input during that meeting. And staff received an additional 61 letters or emails during the public comment period, all of which are included in my staff report. And for this application, since there was no change, there are no requirements to host an additional public information meeting. However, a public hearing will still be required, as always, before council makes a final decision on this file. Some of the concerns raised by stakeholders in the community include environmental impacts, property values and visual appeal, fire safety and decommissioning, number and density of wind farms in the area, and then supporters highlighted local employment and economic benefits, reduced carbon emissions, and the community benefit agreement that will be attached to this development agreement. So the proposed development agreement details a number of requirements, including the number of wind turbines permitted, the setbacks as well, so that which are 1,000 meters minimum from dwellings, 550 meters minimum from wood camps, and 1.1 times the turbine height from lot lines. So just some more context, 6 out of the 11 of the turbines are just or are over 2,000 meters from dwellings as per the site plan, to exceed 1,300 meters, and 3 are just over the 1,000 meter minimum. So fire safety measures, including temperature sensors, alarms, and emergency access plans, are included in there. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself there. Stormwater management plans are also required prior to permits being issued. The DA also speaks to noise and shadow flicker limits pulled directly from the environmental assessment. Primary access from Highway 14 and emergency access and egress to be provided to Chalet Hamlet. And there's also requirements for a decommissioning fund within the development agreement. So for substantive matters, those include the uses permitted on the property, including the maximum number of turbines, the minimum setback requirements, requirements for stormwater management plans, and secondary emergency access requirements. And policy 424.4 enables council to consider installations of large wind turbines or wind farms by development agreement. So in summary, the criteria are met since the proposed development has received its environmental assessment approval, and the proposed development is required to provide an updated shadow flicker assessment and noise modeling prior to road construction or upgrades specified in the conditions of the environmental assessment approval. And further, the proposed development meets and exceeds the required separation distances And the developer is working directly with representatives of the Nova Scotia Department of Public Works to ensure that all necessary permits and road upgrades are completed to ensure safe roadway access is provided. So for general policy under 16.3.1, it states criteria for development agreements. So in summary, the criteria are met since the proposal is not considered premature or inappropriate for the area due to the adequacy of fire protection, road networks, and the financial capacity of the municipality, as no municipal costs are anticipated with this development. Also, the development officer, manager of building and fire inspection services, fire chief, and area manager of the Nova Scotia Department of Public Works have no concerns which have not been addressed in this report. So coming out of the March 13th, 2025 PACAC meeting, the committee raised concerns about not hosting an additional public information meeting or PIM and passed a motion recommending to host an additional PIM. So that's up there on the slide. Staff do not recommend, however, hosting an additional PIM just given it's not required as the application has not changed since the last public information meeting. And typically PIMs are held at the beginning of the planning process before we get into negotiations with the development agreement and drafting the development agreement. It's sort of meant to be held kind of at the onset of a planning application. It's also worth noting that the public will be able to provide further input at the public hearing and ask questions to staff and the applicant at that time. So this is where we are in the process. So we've are here to potentially consider first reading, but also PACAC's recommendation and then decide how to proceed from there. And with that, I have a few recommendations for council to consider. So first would be the recommendation coming straight from PACAC to schedule and host an additional public information meeting and then resume the planning process from there. Alternatively, I have recommendations to move forward with first reading and to bring this forward to public hearing and consideration for second reading. So it'll ultimately be up to council to decide how to proceed with this application, and happy to take any questions, answer any concerns.
Thank you very much, Acting Director Faugier. Questions to Acting Director? Sir Remy.
Through you, Mayor. I was just curious if they do the turbines, if this goes forward or whatever, is that the only thing they're permitted to do on that land? Is it making sense what I'm saying?
Yes,
Okay.
through your worship. So through the development agreement, in terms of wind turbine development, that would be the only things they're permitted. However, within that zone and in that designation, anything as of right would also be permitted. So it's in the resource zone. So it's, pretty minimal types of development that would be permitted as of right. Okay.
Councillor Morton.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I support the PACAC recommendation there. It's they pulled their application and now we have a brand new one. So we're back at the start of the process. So the public information back at negotiation. So certainly respect the work that PACAC has put in, and I would support that recommendation to start over for sure.
Councillor Ivey.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just to follow on to your answer to the question from Councillor Remy, what other types of development would be permitted within that resource zone? Through you, Chair, to Acting Director Fisher.
To your worship, I would have to look specifically at the MPS and the land use bylaw, but it is under the resource designation and general resource zone, which is conducive to resource extraction, forestry, but also kind of small scale rural residential type development.
So resource extraction, mining, fracking,
Exactly.
uranium, that kind of a thing. That's okay. So thank you for that. You had a slide up. and it was underneath the title of Development Agreement Details. That was as it relates to the development agreement currently drafted, not the criteria that we measure now against the new MPS. Am I correct on that? You had 1,000 meters is what caught my eye. And so I just wanted to be sure that I was interpreting what you had on the screen correctly. I didn't.
Through your worships. So this is what is, I guess, negotiated within the development agreement. So they meet our minimum requirements, which would be that 4 times the height of a turbine, which I think gets us to like 826 meters would be the minimum setback that we could agree on within the development agreement. So this development agreement is over and above what those minimums are.
Thank you. So the 1,000 meters that was on the screen is reflective of what they intend to be. Is that correct? It's not the old 1,000 meters that was in our prior MPS.
Through your worship. So we didn't have separation distances in our old MPS. So these are new, but so any development, so if this development agreement goes forward and it's registered to the property, any wind turbine development will have to meet these minimum, not the minimum of the MPS.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question I had, there was a notation in there on stormwater, and I'm not sure that you've been here when I've referenced it before, but we've seen the language change on that. And on this one, it's a new one. It's no increase in peak flow. I think previously we'd seen it where, it's the post-development or less than pre-development, and we've seen where it's the same. But that's new for me, seeing that no increase in peak flow. Is there a reason that we've gone to that language? Is that being I guess, guided by the province, or is that, can you?
Through your worship, so this is just standard stormwater management language that's in our DA. So we typically just sort of replicate unless it's negotiated differently. So this is just our standard.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I sense we must have probably a couple of different versions that are out there, just because I've now, just in my time here, I've seen 3 different iterations on it. It's not a criticism, it's just a comment that it seems we have a couple of different. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Councillor Leary Pinch.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to Director Fugier. So just to clarify for everybody listening and present, that if this development agreement is approved, they will be allowed to mine as of right without coming to council for additional approval.
Through your worship, so this development agreement speaks only to wind turbine development. I don't have the MPS in front of me, so I'm not sure if mining is as of right under that zoning, or I would have to kind of look through our policy just to confirm that. But this development agreement would only permit the wind farm development, not mining or uranium extraction.
Okay, I'm confused because that seems contradictory to your previous response, Councillor Avi, but perhaps I've interpreted it incorrectly.
Well, the zone was resourced, which could mean multiple things. I don't think Director Fugier had a list.
Okay.
So the DA speaks specifically to wind turbines, so no mining or fracking.
Through your worship. Yeah, I think I was just speaking generally to the land use or the zoning and the designation and what they would allow in the MPS, whether that is through an as of right or through a development agreement process. But I don't have the exact, I guess, pathway for or what it would look like for mining in those zones. But for this development agreement, it's only permitting the wind turbine development, not anything else.
And just for clarification, we don't have the land lease for the Crown land, correct? We haven't visually seen that.
Through your worship, so part of the development agreement is a requirement for them to secure those land leases by the end of this year, I believe, before they can begin development.
Councillor John Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. So another use that could be put in, it would be more turbines. So they would have to open up the development agreement if they wanted to add turbines to this area?
Through your worship, yes, that's correct. Any additional turbines over and above the 11 would be a substantive amendment to the DA, and it would go through the entire process again.
Okay. And just a second question. On the screen there, it says decommissioning fund. Could you just give me a summary of what that is?
Yeah, absolutely. Through your worships. So the decommissioning fund is something that the developer has to set up for instances where the development is no longer in use, and potentially the developers or the operators have moved on, and now we have wind turbines that are not functioning, and so this provides the municipality a fund to be able to decommission those, and so it doesn't add any cost, I guess, to the municipality to do that. It just reduces the risk to the municipality.
So we keep the fund, the municipality keeps the fund?
I would have to look into the specifics. There are detailed requirements within the development agreement, and I'd have to kind of pull
Okay.
those out to exactly how that is kept, but I can definitely follow up with that information.
And that decommissioning fund, that just applies to the tower and the blades. It doesn't apply to the base or roads or anything like that.
I'd have to, yeah, my apologies. I'd have to confirm the specifics and look through the DA.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, through to Manager Bougier. So I might have more than one, and I can come back to questions. So nothing has changed with this application. So it's just being resubmitted because of the recently amended municipal planning strategy policy that was implemented, that we had the province come back with recommendations. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the application is the exact same. There has been no changes to the development agreement or any other part of the application.
So no changes. And the solicitor has mentioned that we do not have to do another PIM, and it's usually done at the front end. And that is not taking away public input, because through the public hearing process, there will be a public hearing that we still can have public input. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So the only thing that has changed is our recently amended municipal planning strategy policy. And I do believe that many people are aware of that because we received correspondence. So with policy and the way things go, and I don't think every municipality holds PIMs, I think, in their planning documents. So that is an avenue we use to inform our residents, but everyone knows what this is happening. It's just the amendments, and I think that's clear. So there's really no need to give another PIM in staff's recommendation, because everyone's going to have their opportunity for input at the public hearing section.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Leary Pinch.
Sorry, that just took me off of what I was going to ask. I have a comment, but are we still in the questions
Yeah.
for Manager Bouchier? So then I'll hold my comment till we finish the
Sure.
question period.
No question to acting manager? No, okay, sorry. Any further questions to acting director? Sorry, I said manager. Councillor Bonnie Smith.
Just one quick question. How much of a delay are we looking at if we go back to PIM again and start over?
Through your worship. So we do have some advertisement timelines that delay things. So the earliest would be somewhere in mid-April, pending other schedule requirements and availability, because we typically do it in the evening. So it would likely delay things by a couple months.
Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you to Director Fajir, I get from a planning standpoint, I can understand that the application itself hasn't changed, that it's, except for a date and a file number, the content is all the same. Would you say, though, Director Fajir, Acting Director Fajir, that the landscape or the political environment by which we may judge these applications by has changed?
Oh, I'm going to call a point of order then on that one. That's a question on asking an opinion of director. That's a question for this council.
Thank you. No, it's okay. I appreciate that.
If you want to reframe the question.
No, I'll save it for after, which will be fine. But what I think I can ask, and again, not meaning to get across the line here, the criteria by which we are judging this has changed, though. I'll try to phrase it. Would you say that the criteria by which we're judging this against, though, has now changed because of the setback differences within the MPS?
Your worship. So yes, the criteria in which we are judging this application has changed, speaking specifically to setbacks as well as the visual intrusiveness criteria that we can no longer consider as part of wind turbine applications.
Okay, thank you. And I didn't intend to pull you into a political discussion here. I'm sorry.
Any further questions to Acting Director Fougere, Deputy Mayor?
I have one more, Manager Fougere. So criteria is the only thing, the visual, and we have no control over those now. So usually when we have a PIM, it is for public to find out what is happening, which check they know, and two, for whoever's putting our development agreement in to listen to residents to make the changes. And I believe that process has happened because we are here now at that stage. And the only thing that has changed is the amendments from our policy that has been put in place through our planning strategy. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
That's the point of the PIM. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions to Acting Director Fougere? You're off the hook. Thank you very much. All right, Council, we have two recommendations in that report. Just going to get back to it here. That's the first one, and the second one follows. They're both in your reports. Deputy Mayor?
I would put a motion on the floor to hold a public hearing. Am I allowed to do that?
Yep.
The council gives first reading and will hold a public hearing to consider entering into a development agreement to allow a wind farm on PID 450600068, 453995540, 4539957, 4539952, 450600076, 4560092, 4561694, 4506297, 4539957, 4539958, 4540183, 454018841, 4540158, 45042660, and 45042694, which is substantially the same as the draft set out in attachment D of the report file number 25-13 to the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee dated March 13th, 2025.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Leary Pinch.
So just as a personal opinion, I don't think based on the landscape, considering that I live in the community and talk to the residents who are involved there, that everybody is necessarily informed, especially since this process has been ongoing for over 12 months. I also don't think it out of the realm of possibility that out of courtesy, a PIM is provided for those residents, especially those who didn't live in the area when this was initially commenced, because they have taken the opportunity to remove their DA and resubmit it because those new provincial guidelines fit better to their outcomes in comparison to the previous. So if it is acceptable for the developers to utilize the MPS to fit their narrative, I don't think it out of the realm to have an additional PIM, and for the fact that it would cost a couple of months, but allow the public the ability to ask additional questions. We know when we have public hearing here at council, there is a limited time, and it's also a considerable amount of time that an individual has to come in and sit and wait for that public hearing, whereas at a PIM, it is solely focused on that specific development agreement. And so for that reason, I will not be supporting this recommendation.
Thank you very much. Further discussion, Councillor Remy.
Echoing exactly, well, pretty much what was said, but I think that anytime that we seem to always encourage public participation in these decisions and stuff. I can appreciate that it's a very similar or almost identical agreement going through, but I just find it almost contradictory to be like, hey, you know what, we're going to cut this out because as the counselor just said, it's been like 12 months in the making. A lot of people may not even know that this is back on the books unless they're following us, which we all know how often people are following everything that we're saying unless, we're actively going to their door. Yeah, I don't understand why we wouldn't have I can't support this without a public information meeting.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor, I know Manager Forge, you're still here, but no questions, but this will be advertised for the public hearing as well. And we will be able to get the word out to residents who have not been there. And I was wondering if we thought it was something that was going to be lengthy, when we looked at an agenda, it might even warrant its own meeting. Just a suggestion to move this forward. I get the idea of the PIM. I just don't think if legal's telling us we don't need to, and we're in the middle of the process, I think the public hearing is going to accomplish the same thing for us. So that's just my opinion. I mean, I want folks to know about it. I want them to be able to come to the public hearing and have a say, but I think that's the process that we should be looking at.
Notices do go out to all landowners within a certain area. So, Councillor Morton, you had your light on.
Yeah, everything I wanted to say was essentially said by Councillor Larry Pinch. Really, I could just echo what I said before. It's a brand new application. They took the opportunity to, like Councillor said, to pull their application back and put a new one out. So we're back at step one. Let's start at step one. So I cannot support that either.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ivey.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I've thought of it previously on other applications we've had where we've seen public information meeting take place, and then the process gets dragged out, and it is sometimes over a year later before we're back with an application and first reading that we end up dealing with here. And I wondered, how long do we let how much time do we allow lapse between a public information meeting that's been there to inform the public before we say you have to do another one? We haven't established a timeline on that, although a year would be getting pretty close to, I think, what we'd probably want to say would be it. But I think the point that's been made here and to be echoed is that there was an application that existed based on certain criteria. It's withdrawn and resubmitted, and it's, albeit it's different criteria, it's a new application, and I think that's the side that I see as I evaluate this file before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Whedon.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to make a comment that I did attend that PACAC meeting, and there was quite a bit of debate around the table on that. And their recommendation was to go back to PIM. And I would recommend they go back to PIM as well. So I can't support this motion.
Thank you very much. Further discussion, comments? Seeing nothing, we'll repeat. Oh, sorry, CAO.
You give me, I just remind council you are debating first reading. That's the motion on the table, not the PIM, which was the other option that you could have pursued. So now you're down the first reading road. And with any first reading, this then gives council the opportunity to proceed to public hearing. Public hearing is a formal environment for council to consider public feedback in their decision-making. Ultimately, your decision is at second reading. So there is inherently a risk associated with not pursuing first reading, because it says this is something that we're looking at, first reading, public hearing, public, come out and tell us what you think. And that is the formal process. So there's inherently a risk associated with first reading, turning it down. So I just say that there may be a way to navigate around that if that's council's wishes, but first reading is really what you're debating, Your Worship.
Absolutely.
So,
Yep.
thank you.
Councillor Leary Pinch.
So in response to that, unintentionally so, I think that this motion was read before anybody got to offer their thoughts on whether it should be the previous motion or this motion, and it was already seconded. So unfortunately, we've been led down this road. So, and from what I'm hearing around the table, I think that we would want to withdraw this motion at the time and make the previous motion so that we were not giving first reading, because I don't think it's anybody's intention around this table not to give first reading. I think that their request, or the request I'm hearing, is that PIM occurs prior to giving first reading.
Any further discussion on the motion? Councillor Ivey.
I'm not sure if I'm reading into words, but another way to navigate around this could be to amend this motion completely and substitute it with a PIM motion. And I don't know how that would fly from a procedural standpoint to get the PIM on the floor so that we aren't finding ourselves sitting here with a failed motion on first reading and then having to work our way through that from a procedural standpoint. I don't know the answer to that. I'm just throwing it out there that
if I may, counsel, and I don't know what everybody's thinking. There is a motion on the floor. If somebody feels very strongly about a PIM, an amendment can be made that would say you're giving first reading contingent upon a PIM being held before public hearing takes place. Keeps it clean and doesn't muddy the water, I believe. Just throwing it out there. Any further comments before I call the question? Councillor Leary Pinch.
I think rather than having this motion die on the floor, that we should amend it to state that council gives first reading after a PIM.
I sorry, I'm getting old in my you gotta repeat that again. Sorry.
What you suggested. I am suggesting what you recommended because I have concern.
Amending it to add
Public hearing.
upon holding a PIM.
Yes.
Before second reading. Yes. Is there a seconder to the amendment? Sorry. Before giving the first reading, sorry. Is there a seconder to the motion? Seconded by Councillor Morin. Further discussion on the amendment. I'll call the question that council gives first reading and will hold a public hearing to consider entering into a development agreement to allow wind farm on PIDs 45060068, 453995540, 453995573, 453995532, 450600076, 450600092, 450611694, 450629557, 453995557, 453995581, 454011833, 454011841, 454011858, 454 4504 2660 and 4504 2694, which is substantially the same as the draft set out in attachment D of the report file 25-13 to the Planning Heritage Advisory Committee dated March 13, 2025, upon holding a PIM. Everybody's good with that? We'll put the vote up on the board. This is on the amendment, council. The amendment to add the PIM. Motion is passed. So now we are back to the original motion. Thank you very much for letting me reading it again. Council gives First reading and hold a public hearing to consider entering into a development agreement to allow a wind farm on PIDs 45060068, 4539954, 453995573, 4539952, 45060076, 45060092, 45061694, 45062957, 453995557, 4539958 4540183, 4540181, 4540185 45042660, and 45042694, with substantially the same as the draft set out in attachment D of the report file number 25-13 to the Planning Heritage Advisory Committee dated March 13, 2025, upon holding a PIM. We'll put that vote up on the screen. Now amended. Yeah. And motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. All right. That we'll have to wait for that one. We're just doing a PIM now, so. Diverse and Inclusive Communities Committee letter requesting proper consultation occur with local marginalized and equity denied communities. Clerk Snare.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to members of council, the report has been circulated within the agenda package for review prior to the meeting. So just summarizing it, during the open floor discussion of the Diverse and Inclusive Communities Committee meeting, members raised concerns about Minister Lore's February 11th letter and the provincial government's new intent for mining and fracking. Based on that discussion, the committee is recommending that council write a letter to the government asking them to respect First Nation communities and to ensure proper consultation is followed. And happy to answer any.
Are there questions to Clerk Snare on the report, council? All right, I have one or a comment there or a question, Clerk Snare. Was the committee aware that council had passed a motion to request more information on these activities, or?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, the committee was advised that a motion was passed. They actually wanted to tag onto that, but we had advised them that that letter was already in draft form, so they pursued this motion, moving it forward to council for consideration.
My opinion, it's jumping the gun in my opinion, council, but that's my opinion at this point. I'd wait. I personally wait to see what we hear back from the province on their plans and their thoughts on the whole aspect of mining and uranium and extraction, etc. So that's just my 2 cents. Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor, I was thinking the same thing. We've already sent one letter, to send another one right on the back of it. We might as well wait to the response, and then if we don't have what we need in the response, then we can deal with it at that time. But to send another on something we've already sent, we send a lot of letters. So just my thought.
Any further questions to Clerk Snare? Councillor Leary Pinch.
Through you, Chair, to Clerk Snare. If you could just help my memory recall, the previous letter that we sent, did it specifically identify these particular diverse communities within the questions that we asked? Because I think this is where the diversity committee is headed, is into those like equity deserving populations and how it affects them specifically.
I'll just pull out the letter here. It's part of the package. So yeah. So the motion, let me just go through it here. municipality respond to Minister Laura's letter by asking for more details about the province's plans concerning resource extraction in West Hants, how the municipality might be involved in the development of resources, how the province anticipates this resource development might benefit West Hants, and how public safety, particularly water quality, will be guaranteed along the way. So I think addressing most of it, again, not knowing exactly what their plans are, it's, they may have a consultation process in place. It's hard to know. Did you get the link opened or? It's under correspondence outgoing. It's in my package, but outgoing correspondence, yeah. Any further questions, or if anybody's had a chance to read it yet, or Councillor Ivy?
Just a comment as much as anything that we've asked the minister to provide greater clarity about what they mean by saying yes, as a blanket statement to which we sent our letter asking for greater clarity. And I would tend to agree that seeing at this point, with one letter having gone, to let them answer that one first, see what that comes back with. And if we hear back between now and committee of the whole, then we can raise the diverse and inclusive committee's letter and in context position the question that they're asking about communities that historically, systemically experience disadvantage based on these sorts of activities, industrial and otherwise.
Further questions or comments?
Just
sorry, Councillor Leary Pinch.
Just a comment and follow up to Councillor Ivy. So I would be agreeable to that. I just don't want it to get lost if the response that we receive doesn't specifically touch on those groups of individuals. I just don't want them to feel that we didn't ask on their behalf. So if that letter has the information, fantastic. If it doesn't, if we could bring it back up, that would be great.
Absolutely. Sorry, CIL.
Just a quick comment. I think it's a learning moment for us all, right? As we think about the language that we use and what we kind of advocate towards the province, that this lens that Anne is bringing forward from the committee is deserving of an equal lens as we think about economy and so forth. Not that anyone excluded it or had intention to exclude, but I think it's potentially a learning moment for us all as we advocate for things moving forward, that we think of it through that lens, even if it's defeated. And I know you all feel that, but when these things pop up, I think it's important for us to pause for a moment and just think about how we communicate and what we're thinking about when we do. And this is one that we could probably elevate a bit more moving forward as we think about issues. So thank you.
All right. So if everybody is good with that, we still have a report that has that, so we can bring that back once we do hear back, if that's agreeable to this group. All right. All right, so it is after 10. Sorry, I didn't pay attention to the clock there. So we are at 10:13, council, as per policy. We need a motion of council to continue. If not, we come back tomorrow night at 6 p.m., which we'd have to shift another scheduled meeting around, but I'm at the whim of council at this point. Councillor Whedon.
Move to continue.
Moved by Councillor Whedon, seconded by Deputy Mayor. All those in favor signify, we'll put it up on the screen there. Clerk Snare. And okay, we'll continue on. Next up, Councillor Municipal Business Activity Reports. We had 3 reports submitted. Councillors Bonnie Smith, Councillor Ivy, and Councillor Remy. In the spirit of time, if anybody has questions on those reports, we can take them now. Just as a comment to all councillors, per policy, each councillor is required to submit a report. I know we've done we've been doing verbal reports, but if anybody does wish to submit a report, please put it in before the package goes out, and we can have it included. So everybody knows what's going on. All right, moving on, correspondence. We have general correspondence received as of the 25th of March. We'll do them by rows of 3 here. So Honorable Harjit Sejan, response regarding financial assistance request, deferred for discussion. Minister Maslin letter regarding update on municipal disaster financial assistance. And Department of Municipal Affairs, letters to mayors and wardens, code of conduct. Is there anything on the first 3 pieces of correspondence, Council? Councillor Ivy.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, the letter from Minister Honorable Harjit Sajjan, I think we'd ask that come back. I think I did because it just wasn't clear that we were getting direction out of that as to what we proceed with. So ironically, we have a letter of response coming back from Minister Maslin, which is talking about the disaster financial assistance program. And now they're going to look at municipalities with potential, I guess, damage. My prioritization of the project or the initiatives that we have that require support from the province, perhaps from prior flood events. Is there any connection here? If I could ask through your worship to see if any connection here that we can connect the dots here on this, that the driver on this for us, I think primarily has been related to buyout policy. And is there anything within what we would have relative to Minister Maslin's letter that connects the dot with the Honorable Harjit Sajjan's letter? And are we able to see something further on this through that?
CAO.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe there was any intent by Maslin other than to say we've dealt with the private world. Now we're going to concentrate our energy in processing municipal claims. That is my interpretation of it. However, perhaps it is a window where we could say to Honorable Maslin, thank you for this information. However, we've just received, and maybe there's an opportunity to bridge that. So, but again, that becomes this direction. Operationally, sometimes the mayor may reach out, in that manner. So I think it's an opportunity, but I don't think there's any intent. That's my interpretation.
I didn't anticipate it was intended, but I guess maybe I similarly seeing the connection. And we did ask the province already about this. Is that not correct? And they came back with a program does not exist. And I don't want to.
Not now, but we'll be looking at it in the spring, I think, as I recall.
I think it was April, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So perhaps that might be the angle of a letter to go to, and whether it's Minister Maslin or the Premier, however, I would suggest maybe if I could, but on the fly, suggest that we put a letter off inquiring in follow-up to the previous letter that we'd received from, was it Minister Lohr?
Actually, I don't recall, but I'm not sure who responded to it. I think it was Lohr. But
To get this
I think it was DMA originally.
DMA.
However, Minister Maslin is the DFA minister in that world. So again, we can copy the Premier, Lohr, and Maslin. But I think it is an opportunity, yes.
I'll just rewind back and I'll take a shot at this. If it's really bad, then we can perhaps clean it up. But just if we can direct staff to write a letter to the province in reference to the correspondence that we've received and our previous inquiry regarding potential provincial support for buyout options resulting from disasters within the region, that they update us with further information as to where they may be able to support us with this initiative. Is that in a ballpark? And I would so move.
Second.
All right, so moved by Councillor Ivy, seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Is everybody clear on the motion? I think I got the gist written down here. Direct staff to write a letter to the province in reference to correspondence we received with previous correspondence received with an update on further information on supporting us with this request. In lack of better words, I know I left a little bit out, but that's the intent. Sorry, I can write as quick as I can, but I think it's captured on recording there, so we can get it word for word. But everybody's clear on the motion and the second, okay? Any questions on the motion, council? All right, we'll put it up for a vote. And the motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Our next three pieces of correspondence, Julia Merritt, regarding provincial budget 2025-2026 and library services. Janet Morrell, regarding submission regarding Bill 24. And Ann Bishop regarding Public Bills Committee, Bill number 24. That's when we're copied on them. Anything on those pieces of correspondence? All right. We'll move on to our next three. Amanda Dunfield regarding West Hants Regional Municipality Windsor CSO's estimate. Amanda Dunfield regarding West Hants Regional Municipality Assessment Act follow-up. And Amanda Dunfield regarding West Hants Regional Municipality Windsor CSO silent for speaking up. Anything on those three pieces of correspondence? All right. We have requests as of the 25th of March, 2025. Glider's letter to West Hants Regional Municipality Council regarding recreation space. Claire McCarthy regarding creation of indoor pickleball courts in Windsor area. Wayne Ham regarding activity center for West Hants seniors. Those would be the first three. Council, anything on those at this point? All right, we'll move on to the next three. Rick Smith regarding stormwater, Tremaine Crescent. Denise Foran regarding as of right issues and invitation to participate in Bear Lake Wind Project Community Liaison Committee. Anything on these three pieces of correspondence? Councillor Leary Pinch.
If oh, wow, that was loud. If a counselor were to be on the Bear Lake Wind Project Community Liaison Committee, does that prevent them from voting specific ways at the council table? Is there a conflict of interest in being on that liaison committee at the same time as that project is coming through council?
Well, if it's council's wish, we can by policy appoint somebody to that committee as an external committee of council, I believe. We've done it in the past with the library or with Hants Community Hospital or Dykeland Lodge. Councilors, so doesn't restrict them from voting on anything that comes forward.
Okay, so it doesn't restrict a counselor from voting on anything. So if that are the case, they did request a counselor for that committee. What is the process?
So it would be appointing one through our meeting committee procedural policy as an external committee, given direction to update that to include it in one of our committees or appointing a counselor to one of those committees.
Does that have to be done at this meeting or it can be brought up again?
You can bring it as a report to the next one.
Next one?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Anything further on those three pieces of correspondence, council?
How far do we get?
Councillor, we're on 4, 5, and 6 of requests. So starting with Rick Smith, Stormwater, Tremaine Crescent, Denise Forand, as of right, and invitation to participate in Bear Lake Wind Project Community Liaison Committee.
Thank you. Too much paper in front of me, and so I've lost track of a couple here, but I will just touch on the Rick Smith one, which I really spoke to earlier, acknowledging photos provided in that format, but to his notes and comment on this, I think is worth highlighting, and I know that we've passed that motion, but the frustration of waiting for so long to see something specifically related to that cross culvert, and we'll have to take it from here and see where we go. But certainly a challenge to have. Look, I know what I'm like when I get a bit of water in the basement, and nowhere's near what we're seeing going down that. Nowhere's near. So anyways, just to highlight that, thank you. I did lose sight of two that are up above, but I'll let you finish these three, Your Worship, and then see if I may have grace for two above.
Outgoing correspondence, we have our letter to Minister Lohr requesting additional information. And anything on that? All right. Did you have questions on the previous ones, Councillor Ivy, before we go on?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for the first one was Amanda Dunfields. I think she's highlighting the cost relative to the buyouts that we've had here, and she's identifying, I think, what is based on her research to be, I guess, more clear, accurate numbers. One item that I'll just share on that is that the document we had shared at last week's meeting was updated, I think, since we last met, solely in numbering of the paragraphs. And so it was different than the one that I had, and I had somebody asking for a copy, so I may have sent them one that had different number. We just should get that new one, or the one that we gave out. So that's ours. I think previously it was numbers 1 all the way through, just so that we're all on the same page. There's nothing else that's changed in it. It's just the numbers. The other point here that I'll make on this, and that's only because it was on the buyout. The other point, she's asking a couple of questions here in her second letter, and I don't know that we know the answers, but had to do with us reaching out to the NSFM if they had any interest in lobbying the province, or if that's the path that we're going down as it related to those who are eligible for tax cap migrations and the like, and others impacted by climate change or other events. We'd had this conversation pre-Christmas about the NSFM possibly being the right body to reach out to. I don't know that we had a motion for that, or if we were going to do it based on other meetings that we were having that they were involved with, but that's the one question. The other question is whether we've been in contact with Premier Houston and MLA Richard, consider further amending the residential resource property tax assessment regulations, as was done with, in similar fashion, to give the ability to provide special provisions within the PVSC taxation component. And those are the two questions that exist there. I don't know that we have answers to those here this evening, but I just want to highlight them, that if we don't, perhaps we can come back to them as well.
Okay. All right. No other lights. New business, we have none for this evening. We have a couple of in-camera council, so if we can have a motion to go in camera, we can take that now.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Leary Pinch, seconded by Deputy Mayor. If you can put that vote up on the screen, Clerk Snare. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. For those at home, I'm not sure if we'll be coming back with any motions or not, but if not, have a good night, and we'll see you next time.